Battery 70%. Connected to fuel Zyphone. Call from Ken Fry.
Hello?
I'm here.
All right. You can get started.
All right, so I'll start off by once again thanking Christian Shaughnessy for our hard work and roping in the likes of an Elon Musk to comment on our post. And he's describing that it's hammer time. They're going to hammer these guys. The hammer of justice is coming. And that's a response to her being a short-selling question. So she did that yesterday, and people, I don't know what to tell you. You're looking at a life-changing situation right in front of you. If you think there's not a short in finger motion, how come the stock can never have an update? I never see the stock always be sold. Even a shitty stock has an update. This one never does. That just tells you how desperate these guys are. And it's the same pattern, okay? Short sellers, to understand the trading pattern, they drive stocks down as far as they can go. BJT is an example. It went down from 50 down to 12, whatever it went down to. And when it turns and it goes back up, they trained all the investors to become traders. If you bought the stock at 15 and it goes to 25, 9.5 out of 10 people are going to take the trade, including myself. And that's what they've done. They trained everybody to take a quick trade and give it back. And they hope that there's a lot of sellers that would stop the upside, and this is where they cover. And I'll give you an example of a stock that they're trying to cover and having a tough time on is Cruise. Cruise squeezed from 40 to 120. They drove it down to 63. And now they're coming back covering again. It was up 10 on 500,000 shares. By the way, that's how I believe finger motion is going to trade. 500,000 shares would be up 10 and 15 points. And they're trying to cover for the second time in Cruise. So up, drop it back down quick, and then the slow march back up, because they're still trying to hope people will bail out and buy some stock. That's what they're trying to do. When they can't get stock at this level, they have to go from 90, they got to go back up to 100, and they got to go back to 120, and that's how these stocks have these lives. All right? DJT, I expect to swing. I don't understand who in their right mind is still short that name. And why would they be around it? The only thing that has me thinking is that the lawyers for the shorts are actually waiting for Trump to make a move and tell him what he's going to do. It's funny in the U.S. equity market, they sort of give these guys a little leeway to hurry up, and they give them like runway to go fix their positions before we go get you. So I think they're waiting for something to be said, and then they're going to panic, which is coming. But I think that's the way they're going to handle it. And the same thing with finger motion, with Lynn Partners. Their lawyers, these guys spend millions of dollars on legal fees, trying to get the lawyers to understand what's going on at the SEC, the type of thinking they're going to do, when are they going to come, what are they going to do. That's part of the game. It's not part of our game, it's part of their game. Remember that people work at the SEC leave and go work for the law firms. And the law firm calls up the SEC and says, hey, this is William, hey, what's going on about this? And they sort of give them a tip-off about what's going on. And when I quit the SEC, I'll go work for the company that I just gave the heads up on. That's how that whole thing works. You know, and that's why now Trump wants to stop people from leaving government agencies and go working for people that they're trying to charge with fraud and stuff like that. You know, whether it's the Boeing company or military, whatever it may be. But the financial community has to stop hiring all these people from the SEC of power and using their clout to get answers for them. I'm sure there's commissioners that were a part of the SEC that are now working for the private sector. And, when there's something that's on the try here, they got to make the call and find out what the temperature of the SEC is. So I think that's coming. And I think once you see that, the shit's going to hit the fan. And I do believe that when the shit hits the fan, you won't even get a chance to breathe. That's how fast this thing's going to go up. So pay attention. You got, Monday, Tuesday, William is coming up Monday. He's having you're doing the interview on Tuesday, correct?
Oh, I'm planning on it. I haven't booked it yet, but that's what I'm planning on, and I've got to arrange it with Martin for sure.
So he's coming up on Tuesday to do his interview. So as far as I know, you're doing it.
Yeah, same here.
So again, so that's Tuesday. We'll get answers on my question is the special dividend, what's been holding it up? B, I think that the big question is on the what's the profit margin on that new monster truck deal with China? The installation of all the emergency vehicles. And I'm sure you have 100 other questions. I can't think right now, but those are two important ones for me. And I think once we hear that, you'll have 100 other questions, and you can figure it out from that point. So there's good things coming from the company. We'll get answers on everything we all want to know about. And the company wouldn't be coming on a call with William unless they are prepared to answer these things in the proper manner. They're not going to go out there, we didn't do the dividend, we don't do this, I doubt that. I think it's going to be positive, and I think we'll be in the right space, and we'll know what's going on Tuesday. On the other thing, we know as a team, everybody here, we got the head of enforcement, he quit of the SEC. Now you got the head of the SEC quitting. And I keep posting the truck with Lynn Martins on Twitter because I want Donald Trump's people to sit there and really say, these guys put the truck in front of the SEC 15 times reporting a crime, and they never did anything and walked past it. And I told you before, the truck is the perfect proof that we actually tried to whistleblow. Not calling up. We actually have proof. That truck is at the front door. There's your proof. So when you look at your trade and you think you're investing, look at the proof. It's right there. You know what? We put the proof out there. We showed the SEC we're willing to expose the criminals, and it's there. All right, so William, there's another company that Lynn Partners did something with. Someone sent me a filing on it. GOGQ, I think it is. Is that a symbol, William? GOGQ.
GOGQ.
$3
Gaga Music. GOGQ stock.
GOBQ, maybe? GOBQ, try that one. No,
Out.
excuse me, William. No, William, I'm sorry. I'm driving and I'm trying to think. MOBQ, Mary Oscar, Mary Queer.
Mobiquid.
Yes, that's it. It's some sort of weird name. Mobile something, right?
315.
Yeah, I put it up on Twitter, stay away from it. That part is converted something. I don't know what the hell they did. I just had a filing and I didn't get a chance to read it all. But if their name's around it, stay away from it. It's going to go down. Everything they do is a bait switch, and all they do is short, steal the money.
They just filed it in August. They did a reverse split. They got an extension on NASDAQ. Wow.
Oh, so they did the reverse
Is it MOBQ?
Yes.
Yeah,
They did the reverse already?
they already did it in August.
Yeah, so they murdered that one too. There's another dead body. Isn't it funny? Every time their name's around it, they do a reverse. Every name. That's why I keep telling people, KNW, you're next. Get ready for the reverse.
They
It's so obvious what they do. Anyway, William, I'm driving. Where's Finger Motion at?
Lynn Global Fund 2 LP owns MOBQ Technologies. The Lynn Partners. It
Don't worry, I'll
is
take care of that. Don't worry about that. I'll handle that on that.
197, 198, one.
You don't have to tell me the size of this. Anyway. So, William, this morning, everyone on the call, at 9:30 in 1 second, 9:30, the bell rang, 1 second. They crossed 30,185 shares at 195. Now, I don't know where the buyer and seller met. Did they meet in the parking lot at Dunkin' Donuts? Where the hell did they meet to cross that trade? This is not an institutional stock. So these guys just crossed it to buy more settlement time on 30,185 shares. And they did it at 9:30 in 1 second.
Yeah.
30,000 shares of buying and selling couldn't bump into each other if they were looking for days, unless these criminals were in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So they just basically crossed it. They wouldn't even know if there was a bid for 30,000 to find the seller that quick. So it's the same person back and forth once again. Welcome to Fraud Street, people. They can do whatever they like. They pay fees to do this stuff. It's not free. Everything costs money. Everything these guys are doing just eating themselves up. Remember, I keep telling you the number is $2.30.
Yeah.
You know what? Monday could be $2.29. It keeps going lower. And that's what the panic is about, trying to hold it down. And I keep trying to tell people, today's volume, just take away the 30,000, just 140 is down to 110. You can only imagine, how many other fake wash trades they did today. I didn't see them all, but, there's no selling. It's just them.
Yeah.
Listen, there's always somebody that sells. Excuse my comment on that. Someone may give up. That always happens. I'm not, I can't say 100%. But sometimes the stock is trading and it doesn't even move for hours. That tells you there's no sellers. That answers your question. That answers your question that there's no sellers. So you have to look at it. The only time they're selling is when the manipulators start moving the market down, where they offer, at $2 they're offering 5,000, then 199 is 100, then they drop to 199. The bids all disappear, they drop down to 191, and then they offer 100 shares. William, if I'm short 230 million shares, what's the big deal if I sell 100 more or lower? Means nothing, right? And that's what they're doing. They just manipulate it so people think there's a seller. That's the whole game. And I've been watching that playbook for 35 years, 40 years. The short sellers do the same thing. It's just all it is trying to get people to bail out. And the only reason they're trying to do that is they're desperate. And you say, why would they be desperate? Well, why won't they just let the stock go up and make more money on the sale if they thought it was okay to do it? They know they're trapped. They need to make things happen fast. Volatility has to come to the upside, not the downside. All right, that's what they're doing in DJT. They got these wild swings up, back down, wild up, back down, and that's when you can buy the dip, sell the rips. The Finger Motion doesn't even have a swing back up. We had it for an hour on Friday, and the next day they marked it right back down again. That tells me that so people don't think I'm just trying to move it down. I'll leave it there for a little bit, but every day it goes down. Remember, they got to pay for every share they borrow. Nothing's free. Everything costs money. Okay, will you have any questions?
Yeah, probably. I'm having a hard time reading.
Oh, forget about that stock, and we'll beat you. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Don't
I don't
worry
know.
about it. Listen, I'll take care of that. Don't worry about it.
It's weird. Ever since I went in for my eye exam last week, I have a hard time reading. ZJYL's down to $1.25.
I had a friend of mine bought stock today, $1.40.
Yeah, he
I told
overpaid.
you to wait. Let's let GDC go, and let's watch the other one go afterwards. I said, you gotta wait.
He's crazy. He overpaid. No, I'm kidding. You never know.
It was 140 to 145. I said, just good for you. Put a couple of thousand there.
MLSS was a non-event, Steve is
It was
saying.
a non-event, but there's some pretty interesting stuff there. Is that my friend gave me some scoop on it, and I think I'll be okay. I just don't know what to do yet. I just don't have the money in place to average down. I'll let you know what I do.
Somebody's pointing out, I guess, maybe to distract, although I looked at it, maybe it does kind of look good. The GME monthly chart, he says, is just beautiful. I don't know.
You know, somebody knows something there. It spiked to 28 something again. I told you in the rumors event that he bought Bitcoin. I hope he has the balls to do it, because that would be great. That would change the story on the GameStop. If he doesn't do that, it's just a company that's building. I won't be that thrilled about it, but buying Bitcoin is such a bold move by CCR that I would find that interesting.
David is saying that Gary Gensler's gone November 18th.
Listen, I hope he gets cancer and fucking rots to death.
Nobody wishes that
And
on
that's what he
anybody.
and I never say that. He's left people reeling, hurting, couldn't care less. We put the truck in the lobby. He could at least have the balls to come outside and say, you know what, people, we're going to look into this. That's all he had to say. Thank you. I see the truck. Please stop. That's all he had to say. Look at MSTLP. They just completely lied to those poor people. People's lives have been ruined 700 days.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they just protect their own.
It's not fair. It's not fair. And, you know, I don't own that stock, but I feel for the people I know people own it. It's just terrible. You know, the stocks that I own are being attacked. At least they're trading. These guys are just stuck. I don't know how anybody goes to work every day and they're supposed to protect everyone and they do nothing. I'm driving, Glenn, so if you ever want to walk out a quote, I just don't see anything. I have no idea.
You're driving everyone crazy. Yeah, I can tell you quotes. Everything's red.
Where's BJP?
I don't have that one up. Let me look. That's up $1.25. 28.2349.
So this morning again, I put it out at $27 to buy the 29 calls. They went from 25 cents to almost 60 cents, I believe. I told everyone to sell them. You just take your profit. If you want to play, you go buy the 30s and forget about them with the profit. So, and here's the stock of man. I called it out below 27. I put it up. Isn't it funny, William? And for the people on the call, it's so funny. How can I make that call so perfect? Always on Friday expiration. Isn't it funny? Do you think I know how they work on Friday expiration yet? Does anyone figure that out? Did I know that yet?
Sounds like a pattern.
I mean, it looks like a pattern. them trying to scoop up and take out the investments. That's all they can try to do. I don't know. Last time it went from 27 to 34. Today it went from 27 to 28, 88, 28.88. That was the high. So you always get that trade out of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me see if
I had
there's.
a couple of things I wanted to say.
So is the ZJYL squeeze okay still?
Nothing is, as far as I heard, nothing has changed. I told you, I had a friend buying it at $1.40 today. What am I saying? I said it on this call yesterday to the gentleman who just asked that, the woman who has that. I said, I expect to watch GDC go, and my sign to buy ZJYL is when GDC goes. So if GDC starts screaming towards 10, that's when I buy ZJYL. That's my sign. That's what I'm waiting for. I said that yesterday.
Let's see. Can you look up XRP? Yeah, but
What price is that now?
it's
It was 75 cents the other day.
I don't know how to get the price.
No big deal. I met with the Jeremy Hogan guy who was fighting for XRP for a long time. He was a counsel on. I met him and his wife. Very nice people. If you remember, he did a story on naked short selling a long time ago, probably on YouTube. Very nice people out of Orlando. Congratulations to him because he's been on that XRP for a while.
$0.88.
88 cents. That's moving up to 75. I have a friend that's long it. I told him to sell it at $1. He paid 50 cents for it.
If you know GDC is going to run, why wait and not buy Z?
But I don't know when it's going to run. I wish I knew when it was going to run.
Why not buy ZJYL now?
You know what? I'm gonna get Chinese food tonight. I'll let the Chinese waiter if he knows. What do I know? I don't know.
You'll get your Chinese fortune.
People listen.
It says
I
your
told
shit
you
out
when
of
it
luck.
went. William,
What?
GDC, when the stock ran from 1 to 12, I told everyone to sell. I said that was the easy money. Professional people were buying it from 550 down. That was pros. If you want to play, that's what the pros are doing. Not for me. I'm not doing that. I did not buy it. And I said that many times. So I think it's going to go. I saw the professional people buying it, and they buy a little every day. And you know what? I don't know if their average is 5, 4, 3, 2. I have no idea. And I do not ask. So I know they bought it, and that's all I can tell you. The same people that are in ZJYL also own GDC. So I'm watching them like you are. That's the extent of it. That's all I know. And I told you many times, my nose is simple, GDC. If you want to discuss FNGR, I know that inside and out. Ask questions about that. These other ones I do not know. I have people call me up. What about this stock for short squeeze? What about this one? I told, don't ask me. I don't care. Go find your own. Do your own due diligence. You figure it out. I'm not advising you on those things.
Is GDC going to go to 50 or?
Yes, it's going to go to the moon. When it goes, I don't know when it's going to go. I told you what they said. 40 to 50. Is it going to be tomorrow? I don't know. It went to 350. empty. The short's holding it down again. I have no idea where it is. Nor do I care. I don't own it.
Yeah, that seems
I
to
like
be.
the way they're attacking the video. Why doesn't everybody just go post a negative story about the video? They're losing their contract. It's going down. Does everybody just go put negative stories up? The stock will go lower. Eventually, everybody will start to bail out, and it'll go down. That's how it works. Scare everybody out. Maybe people in the video start getting margin calls, and the stock will start tumbling faster. That's America for you. Once you get going, once you're a good company, they have to tear you down.
Galadon Gaming is buying more finger.
He's a good guy. He has good contacts in Asia. He's been around a long time, that guy.
In Asia?
That guy is a gaming guy.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's in his name.
He's been in Finger for a long. He's been here a long time.
Back when Finger Motion was a gaming stock, I guess. Finger Motion.
No, I think he came in a little, maybe right around the same time after that, though. But he understands it. He's been posting about it for a long time. I'm sure you can find some videos on YouTube about him. But he's been around a long time in the name.
That's pretty cool.
He's got 1 million followers, that guy, too. Or something like
He's got 1 million followers?
Yeah.
Well, la-dee-da. He puts us to shame. 1 million, that's a lot. He could join Jimmy Dore.
He can have all my followers. When this goes, I'm done.
He can have all. Who's that? Joy Reid just lost 1 million followers. Joey Reid? Joy Reid? I don't know what her name is. She just went off of X.
She had 1 million followers. That woman had 1 million followers from TV with the black hair.
I don't know. I can't believe anyone watches The View. It's like watching a football game. After the first quarter, you want to turn off the TV.
She's a buffoon. She's a stooge, and she's been spread propaganda, and she should be thrown off TV. I don't know. Whoever follows her, good luck. They're a bunch of idiots.
So Galadon says he's been around for 12 years, but only gaming. He does gaming videos.
He's been around a long time. I couldn't remember how long, but he's been here.
He hasn't put in your 25 fruitless years yet.
Yeah, I wasted 24 since February 1st. January 1st, I've wasted 25. It's official, yes.
Girth Mike bought 14,000 finger today.
He put 14,000. Good for him.
Should we expect a hard crash down in finger before the rip up? I personally don't think so, but
Listen, whoever said that, if you just put the chart, it's the same thing that happened to BJT. BJT smashed to 12, fingers smashed to 195. There's your down. Now it's got to go up.
I tend to agree with that. But anything's possible. Galadon's mostly moved on from gaming, mostly into gold and silver. Bravo. Longtime follower of you, Ham. But since I'm youthful, young, and vibrant, he's only been around for a little while with me. No, he says longtime follower of both of us.
I remember reading about him a long time ago. Years ago. I can't remember how long ago.
If this goes on much longer, I'm going to...
Well, listen, I can tell him this, that I was in China. I forget the city. I went to go watch all the gaming people when they were a gaming company. And I'm not a gaming person, so I had no interest in it. But I went to China to see it, and I had no interest. Then I guess a year later something that, this company would set it on fire, and it's been nothing but under attack by short sellers, especially when they hit the market bumping into Lynn Partners. That's when the game really changed, and it was really naked shorted. And that's what gives you the opportunity to change your life. It's Lynn Partners. When it's all said and done, and give that fat guy with a big kiss on the lips.
Ooh.
For everybody.
Yeah, you can kiss him.
I'll kiss him. I'm going to bite his tongue out of his mouth when I get him. He's a disgrace. He robbed people with handicaps. He was short at RWLK, which helps people walk. He couldn't kill us. He's killing the company in Seattle, KNW, which works on a diabetes product, whatever the hell it is. They don't care. 90 cents and 20 cents. Give him more money. It only helps him out. Every stock he gives money to it straight down. So what's the ingredient? What's the bad ingredient? Raising money. There you go. You raise money from Wall Street, you get slaughtered. I'm helping someone that wanted to buy a shell, William.
Yeah.
And I listened to the company who has the shell that wants to sell it. And it's a medical company that has worked on a disease, I think it was ALS. And they're basically surrendering because they have no traction with their drug, no matter what they do.
Shorts never suffer from the ALS syndrome, whatever it's called. Never happens to them.
He goes, the investors don't seem to care about ALS. I said, except if you're dying of ALS.
Yeah, I don't.
And they basically, the company wants to get out and go into the private sector and not be a public company anymore. So they were looking for a merger partner.
Yeah, that's all. That's how good Adina Friedman's been. She cares about her corporate clients at NASDAQ.
Right. Companies like this disappear every day. They quit. They lose their edge. They can't raise money. They get smothered. And thank God this guy realized it, says he wants out, and he's willing to look for a merger partner. So I introduced him to a group of people. So I know what happens. But listening to the story, and the best is that they were trying to say, well, their stock has just been sliding downward, and they go, it hasn't gained any traction on no matter what news. I said, well, I've seen that story before. That's what I said. He goes, what do you mean? I said, don't worry, I know what's happening to your stock. Don't worry about it. They don't want to, people don't like to say it, but they don't really understand why the stock is sold every day.
I say it.
Companies, small flows getting destroyed every day.
Adina Friedman should be fired. And the NASDAQ used to be, for anyone that didn't know, NASDAQ was the sort of gold standard of the over-the-counter market. That was the place to be. It still is living off that history. It does not provide anything to CEOs any longer, in my opinion.
I put up inverse charts a couple of firms yesterday. Wedbush again, more fraud. They got I forget who it was. Wells Fargo. There's a couple other ones in there. I'm just sick of reading it every time. They have no systems in place. They've been in business for 50 years. No one has the rule book of what they're supposed to do. They break the rules all the time and say, we're sorry, we didn't know. And that's all they keep saying, the same thing.
Yeah, it's always a one-off. Somebody made it's inadvertent. How many times can something be inadvertent before it's verdant?
That's exactly what's going on. These guys are just it's remarkable that they just let these crimes go on. It's going on since 1988. The reason I use 1988, I know it's before then. But 1988, we got the cover of Forbes stating on it and making short selling decent. So I think that's a pretty good starting point that we can use because Forbes is telling us. So I'll take 1988. So what can I say? What is that? 12 is another 15, 27 years?
I think avarice has been around for thousands of years. How can an investor know or find out if a stock has toxic notes or lenders? Well, my answer, you can just look, you can look on the news stories and
Call
find,
the company up before you buy it. Call the company up and speak to somebody.
you can also put in, you can Google the company's name and afterwards just write financing and it'll pop up. The other place, you go to the SEC website and you go through the filings that any.
William, I don't want people making mistakes. If you find a company you think that's interesting, call them up, take the person's name down, and ask them point blank. Does the company have money? Are they taking any financing or have any, weird, crazy debt? And they'll say no. Say, okay, thank you, Mr. Jones, Vice President. And as of this date, you don't have anything. That's your answer. Nice and easy. Don't make any mistakes looking at the SEC filings. If you don't understand it, don't make a mistake. You're trying to invest. Get the information from the company. Safest way to do it. Take their names, mark it down, and find out everything you need to know. Most companies will give you the information and help you out. That's all.
So Galadon's biggest holding is Northwest Bio, which I personally think is a very strong bet. I don't think you'll get a chance to trade it. At some point, Johnson & Johnson or Gilead Sciences or China National Drug Company will buy them out. I made the last company out.
Said that, I spoke to a gentleman the other day, and he couldn't speak because his daughter was having brain surgery because she has brain cancer. 20-year-old girl has brain cancer. So I know the disease, and I can't believe these animals have been shorting it for this long. That's how long they've been doing it.
Well, shorts never get brain cancer.
Right. They don't care.
And,
And I had to listen to the poor guy tell me that his daughter is having surgery for brain cancer.
There's nothing better than to listen to that story, right?
You sound so much better now.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I was driving the car. I just got back home.
So Ham,
Disappointment. I'm sorry.
GTII used to be your number one stock. You pushed.
No, listen.
What happened?
Lou died.
Lou died.
Yeah, what happened? What changed, knucklehead? Nothing's changed. It doesn't trade. What would you like me to say about it? Buy GTII today at all costs. Oh, it doesn't trade. Oh, sorry. Now what do you want to do? Let's talk about GTII some more. It's not trading today.
That's Joseph. That's the main thing. Ham is trying, and I know I'm trying. It's not easy. If it's easy, you guys would be doing it yourselves, and you'd be worth what Oprah's worth. Why does Oprah sell Access for $1 million? It's hard to make money. But anyway, the whole thing is to make money. If GTII, my opinion, the shorts won the first round. They did it. But there'll be a second round. But in the meantime, you can make money in other stocks. You don't have to just get stuck in one stock. Oh, I lost everything in, Sony Pictures. Well, how are you going to make it back? I'm going to reinvent Sony Pictures. That's not how it works. You got to be ready to move. There's 1,000 stocks out there you can buy.
You can't buy them all because we're all not rich. So that's number one. All right. So we know a lot of people are frozen because we don't have the funds. That's just part of the game. We can't do everything.
Right.
We all know that. We can't do anything about it, And that's just the way it goes. You can't do anything about it. But, GTII is not trading. Richard Hoffman has given us the time to tell us that there's a case going on, a civil case, and that GTI will come back. Let them clean up the company, clean up the mess, which he's doing, get it to go listed again, and then we'll talk about it till the cows come home. You know what's my favorite stock? MMTOP, but it doesn't trade. What am I going to say about it? I can't say anything about it. It doesn't trade. How can I advise you to say anything? I can't advise anything. There's nothing going on.
That's the other thing. Why talk about something that there's nothing you can do about it for the time being?
So that's it. We had the conversation. We just told him it is a great play. And for the gentleman that just said that, okay, who wanted to be a smart ass, we got you the proof from the government. I didn't pull it out of my ass or your ass. The government gave us the proof. So stick it up your ass, my friend. We got the proof. We're not the government. I can't enforce the law. We uncovered the fraud. Alpine, it's right there, black and white. If you are upset with it, which I'm sure you are, like everybody else is, take the fucking copy, go to DC, knock on their fucking door, and say, what are you doing about this? You told me there's a short in the stock. Where is it? Go do it yourself. We tried. Every day we've done it. Did you miss the truck? What do you want us to do?
Big Orange says there was a great update on GTII from Richard yesterday.
There you go.
We were screwed before Richard stepped in and saved us. So there
That is correct.
you know, I as I've said all along, Richard is somewhat, he's like an avenging angel almost. He's doing the Lord's work, and
William, he put together with the big investors a plan and an idea, and it worked. The CEO, board of directors, all got tossed out. If they did anything wrong, they're going to be punished. Anything the receiver gets back goes into the company. How about if GTI comes back with a major reduction in shares, and let's say $5 million in cash in it, and we found a nice company to put in here. It'll have a smaller float and financing thanks to the CEO, and it's in play again. How's that one? That's what's going on there. When it happens, I don't know. But that's what's going on.
If Trump announces,
If Trump says that, if Trump takes his shit and it says buy in the shorts, you only have a chance to buy a share of stock. That's what's going to happen.
if Trump went swimming in the ocean naked. Now, if Trump announces something about naked shorting, what would the markets do? Would all our stocks squeeze?
Finger motion would go down to a penny. DJT would go down $2.
Oh, now you're being sarcastic.
It's a stupid fucking question. What do you think's going to happen? You won't even have a chance. The first names that are going to go are going to be GameStop, maybe AMC, maybe, I don't know. It'd be DJT and Finger Motion. Those are the names on the front line. Those are the names that are in the names of the regulators. That's what's on the tip of the tongue, the regulators. Nothing else. All these other names you talk about, they've already been raped. They've been reversed, this, that, like MULN. Everybody go, they're squeezing MULN. They reversed it 25 times already. Root, they reversed it already. They're squeezing the stock. It's who's going to go buy a $90 stock that can go to 180? Right? You're going to go, how many shares are you going to go buy? Who's buying a $98 stock? So you got to find something that you can afford and that you can participate. If we're right, Finger Motion is going to be a stock that's going to go 2 to 2,000. If we're halfway right, it's 1,000. If we're 25% right, we're going to 500. What do you want me to say? That's how crazy this could be. That's why we've been here. And the gaming guy knows about it. He's been here for a long time. He's been following it a long time. Gagdon Gaming. That's how you pronounce it. I forgot.
Yeah. Wow. Fisherman Ape had brain surgery in 2022. I'm glad you survived and everything worked out okay. That's scary, scary stuff. Yeah. I'm glad you made it. Okay. Thank you, Keith. That's great. That is bueno. Kid is adding platinum. Yeah, I like. I agree with that. John here keeps talking about platinum.
What price is platinum these days? I don't even know what it's trading at.
Well, if you have to ask, you can't afford it.
It's I can afford it. I just don't know where it's at.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just have a big bowl of platinum in the basement. What do I know?
Gensler resigning Monday. Well, he was a big useless waste of time. He was just there to protect Goldman Sachs, and he's not that big. He's an arrogant, full of himself loser.
With 150 million in cash in the bank.
All from Goldman Sachs and the Clinton campaign.
He's got 150 million in cash in the bank. I don't think.
And he left the world. That's a man that left the world for the worse for his existence.
You got it. That's what he did. Couldn't care less. Listen, the truck, I put it in front, I put it up. Just look at that photo. Just blow it up. William took the best picture ever. It's got Jeff Easton's fat face on it. It's in the lobby. How do you not say anything about it? It's in the lobby of the SEC. The lobby.
Yeah. So, sorry, Ham. No excuse for Finger to be going down like this unless it's fundamentals.
It's the company, the insiders sell.
Oh, yeah. Somebody knows something. Somebody knows something Ham doesn't know, and that's why it's down.
The CEO's a homosexual. I got it.
This guy's talking his own book. He needs to get out. He's trapped in a short position that he's been trying to get out of for 3 weeks.
The company, listen, if the company was doing something wrong, they would have heard from the SEC.
Here's a good, but the only guy that's making a good point about Finger today is the $2 calls expire today. And that's right. They might be trying to trap it at 2, take as much premium as they can in the meantime. That's a good point. What would they do? They would close it at 2:01, exercise everybody's call, margin calls on Monday, sell it off. They got all the games in the book.
I said, I put up FNGR in the lobby of the SEC. Jeff Easton, how did they miss him? His face is right in the door.
I've just got to read this.
It's the greatest picture ever. William, you have to look at it. People,
I'll find it. I know. I went.
Click on the picture.
I went to
the
the.
photo.
I can't show them, but I went.
People,
Yeah,
stop a second.
I did it on
People
purpose.
click on the picture. That's us reporting a naked short selling to law enforcement 15 times. That's what it looks like. No one's done that. For the jerk off that just said the stock is trading down that doesn't know, he knows Jeff Easton. He knows what's going on. He's a bad.
He's being paid by Jeff Easton.
He's being paid. They listen.
Or he's short and Jeff is guaranteeing it.
Right.
One of his hedge funds.
If I was short, I do the same things as they're doing. I would try to give misinformation. The CEO does this. He smokes crack. He did this. He did everything. I would be saying everything, trying to keep my ass out of jail. That's what I'd be doing. So when you listen to these people, that's what they're trying to do. We're not worried about staying out of jail. We went to the police. There's a truck. It's in front of the police. We went to the FBI. We went to the Secret Service. Went to the DOJ. We went to the police. The gentleman that's saying that stuff on the phone, he did nothing. He's just trying to throw some. He's just trying to
get out of it, move a trade. Platinum is $9.45.
That's all it is.
Yeah, the all-time high is
Don't they make catalytic converters out of platinum? Is that what that is?
and records.
They always made it sound like catalytic converters is so expensive, and here it is. I thought platinum was like $4,000.
Platinum reached an all-time high of 2,290 in March of 2008, and that is not adjusted for inflation.
Well, that's probably the last time I looked at it because I thought it was very high. But I thought it was catalytic converters. They were made out of platinum and they're super expensive. That's all I knew.
The reduction in output came at a time when platinum demand remained high in 2008, particularly from the automotive sector, which uses platinum in catalytic converters. The combination of declining supply and rising demand drove platinum prices to a record high of 2,276.
You got me.
God.
Hold on a second. I'm just putting up this thing. I'm sending it to the press again. Matt Tabiri, Pat Byrne, everybody. Like, are you kidding me here? The truck is in the lobby. We can't possibly report the crime any better than this. It's in the lobby. The criminal's right there. What else you got, William?
I'm trying to Kitteridge. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. He's pretty sharp. He uses what he calls, I guess, a racehorse theory. You have 12 horses, so you bet 12 bets. Not all of us can, of course. They represent swings in value or growth plays. You grow the cash flow, I guess, in the account with fluid swing ideas. I don't really know what a swing trade is. I guess it's a new name for it's buy the dip, sell the rip, and dump a percentage in the slow plays. So the slow plays he has are finger, ORGN, and SERV. And you try to make money, which is what you're telling people. Try to make some money. You should tell people the story of the gentleman in a southern state who was down, I think, 100 grand in, I don't know, DJT or something, or finger. And you guided him through trading to get back that money. It took several months, but.
Listen, I help many people every day. People that are losing 10s and 20s and 15s and 5s and $500, and I help them back. Again, I make mistakes just like you do. I bought MLSS high. I don't know what to do yet. I'll try to figure it out and get more information. When I do, I'll let you know. GDC, I figured it out. We were upside down. I figured it out. I told you I did it. And when the stock ran, I got out. I told everyone to get out. I told you that was the easy money. These are things you have to learn how to do with trading. The story changes every day. When you're day trading or swing trading is very difficult if you are a bad swing trader.
What is swing trading?
They're trying to catch the momentum on it.
Oh, it's momentum trading. All right.
Yeah, it's the same shit. They're all the same idiots. And I always try to tell people that do swing trading, I like to buy them before all those idiots come. And all those idiots that you're thinking about are going to come when finger motion takes off. And you'll be paying $5 or $6 for it, trying to scurry and get it. After saying the stock was just 2, now it's 6. Why didn't I buy it before? Because they're looking for momentum.
Well, and the one thing is, if you're doing that successfully, the reason you're willing to pay more is you don't have to wait. I'm with Ham. The arbitrage we have is if you study a situation, it looks cheap. And if it goes lower, it's even cheaper. You buy, and the deal is you're paying a lower price, but you got to wait. That's the deal. That's the arbitrage. And, can't change it. You might get lucky and you don't have to wait. But almost all cases, you're going to involve some waiting.
No one ever buys stock perfect. That's just the way it is.
Well, Nancy, no, she sells. And John Hancock makes a lot of money by selling stock he doesn't own.
I think Lynn Partners is the front for him. That's what they're doing.
Does Miles wants to know, does Gensler quitting affect Finger? It doesn't. Gensler's a non-event because he did jack squat. Platinum is on sale. John's right. He's right. I grew up in Saratoga. I've been there, studying statistics off the race program. Wow. Win, place, show. My dad was a math professor and taught me the stock market in fractions off the newspaper. That's fascinating.
That's a good one, yeah.
That's fascinating. Yeah, a friend of mine is one of the best guys at analyzing odds. He can look at the odds at the horse track and read, and he's a stockbroker, well, wealth advisor, and he uses the exact same skills.
No, I used to only bet on racehorses based on penis size. I could tell how fast they're going to run based on that.
Well, this guy's clue was if the horse, as they're going around before the race, if the horse lifts its tail and does, drops horse manure, bet on that horse. They're going to win. And it
Well,
worked.
I was in Hong Kong my first time, and I went to the racetrack, and they run the opposite way in Hong Kong. And I was there with two friends, and we were right by the circle where the horses come out of the paddock, and they walk around first. A horse comes out, he's gigantic, and it has a red hood on his head. Not like a big red hood, like a wrestler. And I said, I'm looking at my friends and says, boy, this is interesting. Look at this horse with this big red hood. The horse got to where we were, and he stuck his nose almost in my nose. And they all looked at me, you know that horse? I said, no, I had no idea. Of course, they didn't bet on him, and he won by a mile. I'm an idiot. The horse was telling me to bet him. I didn't do it.
He knew you from your work over the last
He said, this guy
quarter
is just
decade.
like me. This guy's got the same horse face as me, is what he said.
I once friend of mine, client or whatever, he had a big piece of California chrome, and we'd go to the different races. Oh, you're gone. Thanks for stopping by. Kit, that's fascinating.
Call it for him.
Oh, here he is back. All right. You're back
Who
on.
did me off?
I didn't do it. I didn't touch it.
I just got disconnected. No big deal. Go ahead.
Anyway, I went down on the track taking pictures in the different races, big races, Kentucky, Florida, California, and in Dubai. But one time they let you, if you're part of the whole crew, you're down there on the track, and I stepped out to take pictures. Man, when those horses come by, that's tons of horse flesh coming flying down. The ground is shaking, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun. They're beautiful.
I have a great horse story. My friend owns a lot of racehorses and invited me to the track. I think it was at Belmont or Aqueduct, I don't remember. And this horse just won $250,000. He invited me onto the track and to take a photo with the horse. And we're in the winner's circle taking a picture and holding up the trophy, and he's got a check for $250,000, whatever. A friend of mine walked by. He's like, I thought you were broke. Your horse, you made $250,000. I said, no, it's not my horse. What are you doing in the circle? What's the chances of that happening?
I got invited to the Belmont. I think it's the Belmont, the one that's outside of New York City. And I went up. I didn't buy it. They bought the tickets and everything. I just took the train up. And we sat on, I think it's on the finish line, but we're in the stands. But this is the last time, this is a while ago, and Eric Trump walked in front of us, went back, sat right behind me, but he was behind glass. He was in this exclusive thing. But you know what? He was such a nice guy. I turned around to look because everyone was saying it's Donald Trump. It wasn't. It was Eric Trump. But he caught me looking at him, and he took time to smile, and he made eye contact, and he waved. He's a nice kid. He's a nice guy.
Sound like a gay encounter.
It wasn't a gay encounter. Only you would think of that because you think along gay lines.
You described it, not me.
You're the one married. No, anyway, I think I always see him. I think he's a good guy. If Patrick Burns is anywhere in the SEC building, the naked short sellers are screwed, period.
Yeah, I'm going to, if you guys haven't paid attention, hold on a second, see if I can pull it up. Give me 1 second. Patrick Byrne put a statement up the other day, and he, hold on, I'm just trying to find it, that he has to wait until Trump has been sworn in before he comes into the
So he can fly home. Unbelievable.
His life has been threatened.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You know, I knew about this about a week ago. I said that his life has been threatened. He knows about it, and he can't come in until he gets security backed by Trump. So this guy, it's on. He put it up on Twitter, which I found it surprising.
Just remember, democracy dies in darkness. Washington Post.
Listen, forget this stuff. It's over with already. Let them come in and clean house and get rid of all these bad people. End the conversation. They know what to do now. These guys are all exposed. I'm looking for Pat Burns' statement, Where basically, people don't understand that this guy's life has been
I see. So this is one, Kit is pointing out, this is one trading strategy that day traders use. They buy, I guess, flat stocks, or stocks that have settled for 10% of their money, and then they scale in as the technicals change. I guess, I don't know. It does sound, he's saying he's making fun of the idiot, and I think it does sound like an idiot, boring strategy.
Well, it's funny you said that. How many times have I said if you're going to buy a stock, you can tiptoe in, you're buying 1,000, you buy 200, 200, 200, you average in. That's not swing trade. Swing trading is trying to catch the stock turning and trying to catch the momentum to swing back up the other way. That's all it is.
That's what I'm wondering. What does the swing refer to? It's that trying to get the...
You're trying to catch the thing swinging down and turning up. That's it. There's nothing. That's it.
It's like surfing. You're just trying to catch a wave.
And what do I tell you to do? Get in before. I had people buying DJT yesterday. I told you that on the call. $27 had people buying it. They all sold it today. They all made a nice trade out of it. Buy it before. Buy the dip, sell the rip, and there you go. And they did it again. I'm not waiting for a swing trade guy to come and tell me the stock's turning. By then, I'm selling it back to them. That's a professional versus a rookie statement, what they just said, a swing trader.
How would you respond to this? My response is, one thing with all of these stocks, it's weird. You guys are like manic depressives. That's the wrong word. You guys are like two people at a time. On the one hand, you understand that there's a constant flood of counterfeit selling and manipulated selling in all these stocks. But on the other hand, on the morning the news comes out, you assume somehow the market's going to trade normally. So if it's good news, the stock goes down. If it's bad news, the stock goes down. If the news is delayed, the stock goes down. and then you try to extrapolate some meaning in or pattern or correlation between the news and the stock price. They just keep selling it down. That's all it is. Anyway, they're talking about MLSS earnings wasn't very good. Guess we'll see if they let it go to a few dollars. I don't know what's going on with MLSS.
Who paid $1 for it?
You did. You're the idiot.
There you go. So thank you very much.
You always overplay.
And I will figure it out when it's time. I'll figure out what I'm supposed to do, whether I'm supposed to sell, buy more. I'll figure it out. When I do figure it out, I'll let you know.
Grew up next to 3 training tracks. That's cool. Yeah, the start. See, kid, I like going to the track. I'm not a gambler, but when I go, I like to play it. But what I like to do is watch the horses, but then I'll buy all the tip sheets and the newspaper and the other thing. And I read everything on the race, and then I make my bet. And
Wait, if I was in a private booth at the Derby with maybe 40 people in it, and they had this thing set up where these wealthy people were using their some sort of card. They deposit money and they would bet using the card.
oh,
And there was 3 people on the line, and I was behind Bobby Flay. He was right in front of me. He goes up in front of me. He's betting $25,000 on horses. $25,000. He walked away. The guy goes, "What can I do for you?" I said, "Oh, I got to change my mind. I can bet $25,000 on a horse." That is nuts. They were betting that type of money on horse races. That's a lot of money on a horse.
when I went to the Derby, there was a bunch of us, and I was just invited part of it. But there was a dentist from America. Well, I think he's an American citizen, but he lived in Argentina. Dentist, and he had his own jet. Very wealthy guy, and he did that. He put some huge number like that. I think it was 25 grand. It might have been 15 grand. Might have been 30. But his bet was all overall on the Derby, and a long shot came in, and he made a massive amount of money. They were celebrating for weeks. But
William, I have.
I cashed my $25 check ticket.
William, I'm going to send you a photo of exactly what Pat Byrne just said. What I found. It's on Twitter. I just sent it to you. He goes, "A good question, 2 reasons. My health preludes travel at the moment. I received word from authorities that my life is not safe in the U.S. until Donald Trump is president."
God,
I'll put it up on Twitter for people to read. Read about Patrick.
incredible.
I mean, people go, "How come you can't get him? The guy has death threats, he has health problems, whatever he'd like us to do." His goal was to get Trump in. He did it, and now we go from that point.
It's incredible. All right, so this guy says he lost 80,000 in finger, totally ruined his life. Folks, never invest and stay the F away from. I don't know. Anyway, look, you made
Who am I
the.
staying away
If
from me?
it doesn't finish, he didn't finish it. Oh, stay away from Wall Street. Look, stand alone. I've got to tell you, you sold finger and you took a loss, I guess. But I don't know when you could have sold it cheaper than here. I mean, there were about 3 times you could have. You could get back in if you wanted. You can pick a different stock. If you lost everything, and by the way, I've been there in my life, you just got to start off slowly again. And Ham can probably tell you, you start with $1,000, you try to turn it into $2,000 or $1,500. You try, and that you just got to claw back instead. You have no choice. That's life. You know, Ham's kid, by the way, is just a role model of mine. He deals with a tremendous mistake of chance that's caused him physical misfortune. But he's always upbeat. He's always facing the next day. He's always smiling and doing the next thing. And that's what you got to do rather than coming here and being negative. Look, I've lost in my lifetime. And sometimes it's hurt massively. And I repeat myself, talk about it, takes me forever. But at some point, you got to get over that. Otherwise, you're wasting your days, Stanley. I don't know how old you are. But as the day goes by, it's gone. And someday you'll be my age and you'll wonder why you spent so many days whining about money you lost. And I'm not dismissing it. I've lost more than that money you're expressing. I've lost that. It's just life.
We've
I
all
don't
done
know.
that.
I don't know.
We've all done that. We can't save the world. We can't do it. To the gentleman that lost, the SECs in DC, put a suit and tie on, take a photo, go ask him about the truck, say, hey, this truck was in front of it. I was invested and I lost $88,000 because of this. And knock on their door, report the crime, sit down with an enforcement agent, and get some answers.
But I really don't, I find it hard to believe you would have had to buy Finger at $8 or something and never sell or something to lose 80 grand unless you did it in options. And, you know, that's the problem with options is 95% of call options expire worthless. So you got to trade. When you're in an option, you got to trade and you got to fight your instincts. It's tough. But you know what? The good thing is you can make it back. Ham's made money back in other stocks. That's the problem. You keep coming back with just two names. You're not going to make the money back in GTII right now. Finger, I think you can make money back. My opinion on Finger is you buy it right now and it can go to 4 or 5 soon. Now, Ham thinks it can squeeze immediately. I have a slightly different view. I think it goes 4, 5, 6, stays there. The shorts are in trouble, and then the fireworks start. My difference is not much different than Ham's. I just think it's January, February, March maybe. Because I think the key thing for Finger is you've got to see that revenue first grows, it's predictable, repeatable, and they can project it. It's projectable, and it translates to earnings. Wall Street will discount forward revenue and earnings. They'll steal from the future, and they'll give the value to the company today once that happens. And in the videos, Martin has said he's highly confident that will happen in his 2025 fiscal year, which ends this coming February, and we're in it right now. This is the third quarter just ending. There'll be the fourth quarter. I think then you've got the story in Finger that sets you up to make money. But if you sit here and just bemoan it, how do you take advantage of that? Yes, you lost a lot, but if you could somehow, if you believe it, do something else. You buy 1,000 shares. It goes to 10, goes to 12. You make 10 grand back on your 80 grand. It's not thrilling. But with the 10 grand, you're not paying taxes. You lost 80. You take the 10 grand, and you must have another idea. And maybe you make 5 grand the next time. That's 15. Maybe you find one and it doubles and it's 30. You just have to chop back. I don't know what else to say.
William, listen, people lose money in stocks every day. People that bought NVIDIA yesterday are down $5 today. This one's that, that's this. This is what happens. It's the stock market. We don't control any of it. We control fighting security fraud. We can't enforce the rules. We can only expose it. We've done everything to expose it. And since we exposed it, the head of the SEC enforcement quit, probably of embarrassment. The head of the SEC has quit of embarrassment, and we're still standing. If you got a beef, if you're upset, call them up. We've done it 1,000 times. You can't call up and say you lost money in the video. They're not going to answer your question. What do you mean you lost money? It goes up and down every day. Finger Motion has been attacked by Lynn Partners and their friends for naked short selling. All you need to go to them and say, I demand to see how big the fails to deliver in finger motion. Are these people bullshitting me, or there is a big naked short here? That's all you got to do. See what you get. Just look at MMPLP. They won't even tell those poor people. That's how big a problem is. They're hiding it. It's right there. They're telling you.
I also think the Finger issued a special dividend, a warrant as a special dividend, and I think that did work. But unfortunately, people went to other stocks, and that's life. That's life.
Well, finger motion, we hope to get the update on that on Tuesday.
Yeah. Roger, you should know that Matt Gaetz was one of the signatures on the letter to Gary Gensler regarding blue sheets and etc. The whole thing on MMTLP. So Matt Gaetz, it is completely aware of what's going on in the market. And if he's Attorney General, imagine if he just puts the task force on counterfeiting. Just imagine if he does that.
They're going to get attacked from every direction. These guys, there's 500, 1,000 criminals that are robbing everybody. It has to end. We can't have Jeff Easton becoming wealthy, supplying money to Hancock in Australia. That's just one channel of the money going out the country. They're all over the place. It's like they're just looting everywhere. The whole U.S. is being looted. They know about it. Pat Byrne tells it. He put a video up. He goes, think of it like a hose. They're turning the valve off. It's just siphoning more money out of the system every day. That's what Pat Byrne says. They take a little from everybody every day. Trillions of dollars just stolen. Where's it going? Look at these people that you see on TV. Jim Chanos, I'm a billionaire. He's gone, right? Mark Commodities, he was a short seller. He's gone. What's the matter? Short selling's so wonderful. How come they're all disappearing? Andrew left. He can make money. Oh, really? He can only make money when they do bear raids of fake stories. Hindenburg does the same thing. Capybara does the same thing. What's going on? How come all the stocks go down every day? Who's selling it every day? No one asks that question. All we get is the people saying that we're losing. We know what the fuck is going on. What do you think? We're fucking blind? We can't see the stocks going down? That's why we yell about it every fucking day. If you got a problem, you feel like you got ripped off, go to the SEC. Take the picture of the truck I just put up on the fucking on finger motion on Twitter. Take a picture of that and say, hey, SEC, how come you never said boo about this? The people put the truck there 15 times. You never did anything to protect us. What are we supposed to do when you see a crime? You call the police. We called the police. What were we supposed to call the fucking Canadian Mountie Police? What do you want us to do? Listen, we all got it. You got ripped off. We got it. We're ripped off too.
I'll give you another way. It was year 2000, 2001, 2002. My friend called me and he gave me a list of 6 stocks. You have to own all of these stocks. This is going to the moon. That's going to the moon. That's going to the moon. Blah, 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 blah. I put something like 85,000, maybe 100,000 in these stocks. It was March. It was the exact high of the NASDAQ. Less than a month later, every stock had collapsed by more than half. My 85,000 was 15 or 20,000. But you know what I did? I didn't sell. I started selling calls against each stock. I just did the short-term calls, not the longer term. I didn't care if the stock got called away from me, but I just started taking premiums in on the short months and all positions. I was cold-blooded about it. I sold the calls, sold the calls, sold the calls. If they expired worthless, I did it again. If it exercised, I let it exercise. I reestablished position and I sold the call again. I was back to having all my money back by September. That was March to September. There are things you can do. It's not easy. It's annoying, but I got it back. Anyway, I don't know. It's
Listen, William, I can't help people that lose in the other stocks. You can't even complain. You can't even say anything. I own a stock that went down. No one cares. You have a stock that's being manipulated by fraudsters. You have a voice. You can complain. We complained for you. The proof is right there. I'm sure the SEC knows the date. I'm sure the picture, if you look on it, I forget the date we had it out there. They know about it. Why did you stop these guys? They did nothing. And get a lawyer and sue the SEC. Get all your money back. Make millions of dollars. I don't care. The money trail is going back to them, not to us. That's the key. Follow the money. If I had the money, I'd be fucking gone. Trust me. I would be standing here still talking about this shit every day. Listen, William, I'm going to end it like this. It's 2:48. I'm going to go play pickleball 3 o'clock. I'm going out. I had a doctor's appointment I did all morning. I did that. And I'm going to go enjoy the rest of the week before it gets dark out. But I'm going to say it again. Finger motion to me is the greatest opportunity for the people that don't have GTII that isn't trading or MMTLP. All right? They're not trading. I can't do anything about it. Finger motion, I documented, like I did in GTII, I documented everything. GTI is the only company that get the proof from the government. And it's all over Twitter. You have the proof. The DTC, the NSCC, they all said that Alpine was naked short the stock. They had a concentrated short position. Well, they didn't borrow any shares. What did they get the short position from? They naked shorted. They were a prime broker, and they were criminals, those guys. And the lady from DBMM gave me the heads up on who they were. So there you go. You know how we found them, where it came from, everything about it. But it doesn't trade. I can't do anything or say anything else about it. Finger motion to me. Trump is going to say something. When he speaks, finger motion is going to rocket. Jeff Easton and his buddies are going to run. The lawyers are going to tell them to run, hide, because they're going to get arrested. That's what's going to happen here. These guys are going to lose billions of dollars. That's why they keep trying to fuck around with it. I pointed out this morning at 9:30 in 1 second, they washed 30,185 shares out of the gate. So take out of the 141 that's traded, take out 30,000 the gate, right out of the gate. It's fake. I mean, so I don't know how many other ones they've done today. I didn't see them all. But that's what they're doing. They're washing trades. Finger motion is going to be a 30 to 40,000 share day trader when it all settles down. I don't care if it's $200 or $800. It's not going to be a big trader. It's going to be a small trader. This volume is 80% fake that we're seeing right now. The other day, last Friday, when the stock started going up, that was real. Today, it's all fake. They can, like the gentleman who bought 14,000 shares. There's people like it. I know friends of mine that bought it. I don't count to how many shares you buy today. Give me a total. I don't do that. You want to be there? You be there. You don't care? Go someplace else. I'm giving you 40 years experience, followed by 50 guys that got 40 years too. We all know the same thing, and we all can see it. Stocks do not trade the way this thing is trading. It's being manipulated every day. And if I was a short seller, I'd be doing the same thing. And when the stock breaks below 2, the idiot that's short 1.7 million, he should be selling more. He should be trying to cover. But they're trying to hold the stock down, hoping it breaks before Trump gets in. So the race is on between January 20th and today, but Trump is putting pieces in place on every step of the government. When does the SEC thing come out? As soon as Gensler gets out, He's going to make a statement, and he's going to. I'm telling you, that's when he's going to talk about naked short selling. That's my opinion, and I can see it coming. And William, I'm going to leave you with this last thing, and I'm out of here. I had enough. 24 years ago, soon to be 25, I started fighting these criminals. It was me with a bunch of friends, and we kept fighting and expanding. Some passed away, some gave up, and I'm still standing here. William and other people who joined the fight, I can't thank everybody who has. And look where we are now. We're changing the game. We're changing the equity markets for your kids and your grandkids. I can't help that you were robbed. I was robbed way more than everybody on this phone together. Okay? I got robbed for $100 million. All right? So everyone can cry all they want. It's changed my life and it ruined my life, but I never gave up. But this is coming to a head. And your opportunity to make back all your money is right in front of you. And I can't help it but tell you what I see. The company's going to speak with William on Tuesday. We'll get an update on the dividend. If they announce the dividend and everything goes smooth, the short seller will be short 10% more overnight. 23 million, he's short 23 million. 20 30 million becomes 23 million more. And 1.7 becomes 170,000 more. That's just what they need. It's like not a fucking bullet in the head that these guys are going to be short more. They don't want to be short more. They're trying to get the hell out of it. They can't figure out how. And education has trapped these guys. That's the most important thing here is the education. And when it does work, just like the guy from The Big Short, look what happened to him. Go watch the movie. They were suffering every day. What's going on? I'm losing money. Every day they were suffering. Until it finally collapsed and they won. He walked away making 2.9 billion or 2.7 billion, I forgot. And he suffered. Go look at it. He was early. We're early. I've been very early. So you know as much as I do, the opportunities in front of you. You can play DJT, which I believe is going to be a monster. The problem with DJT is people are buying it and flipping it. Finger motion, everybody's just sitting with it. Everybody knows what to do. When the stock runs, you don't sell all of it. You sell 25% of it, get your money off, and then you can stay longer in the game. That's the way to play. DJT, no one knows that. There's no one talking to them. No one's talking to all those people. Devin Nunes doesn't even talk to them. Doesn't even know what the fuck is going on. We're Wall Street people that understand trading. That's what we do. I didn't look for this fight. They came to us. Jeff Easton wanted to be a big mouth and step in and wanted to fight. Well, we're here, Jeff. We're not going away. And that's how it works. Anyway, listen, everyone. It is Friday, correctly?
It feels like it if it's not.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure.
It is.
Anyway, listen. Have a great weekend. We got college football, and my team
swell.
stinks. I got it.
That's what I live
My team
for.
stinks, and I'll just sit and cheer for everybody else. But we'll see you Monday. If I hear anything good, William, I'll see you coming up this way Monday. And we'll meet the city for dinner, and we'll
All right.
get you to the CEO. I won't be able to help you on Tuesday. I have things to do. And,
We can meet for dinner, or how about square pizza? We can get square pizza.
Yeah, we can get that from somewhere. That I know how to do. We can get you square.
I can meet one of your pals that can protect us.
That's that's an easy thing to do. It's you know what, William? The funny thing about you,
What?
my friends are on the call. They like you.
Well, that's lucky. That's lucky for me. It's like that Don Rickles. Like that Don Rickles skit where he goes with Frank Sinatra.
That's the best one.
I'll be hanging in the garage when he makes.
My friends enjoy you. They say you're a stand-up guy, and you got robbed like everybody else, and they understand it. You know, and these guys they've lost money. I have guys that are rough, tough guys that lost 130,000, 120. They're not happy. They're pissed. They get robbed too. They buy stocks on margin. They drive them down. They lose their money. Happened to DJT. A bunch of them got wiped out there. Guys that owned it at 40 on margin, they sold them out at 20-something dollars. Stock went to 12, then went back up to 57. I mean, so how do you think people feel? It happens every day.
It's just
The stock market is a
crushing.
casino.
It's crushing.
It's a casino. Going into it, you need to understand it's a casino. It's not the stock market, it's a casino. And these guys are holding the tables sideways so we can't win.
That's it.
You know, they got on a roulette wheel, whatever number you bet on, they got a clear piece of plastic in it that won't let the ball go in that number. That's what it's like. That's how criminal this is. And they brag about it. That's the craziest part. Citadel bragging about it. Jeff Easton bragging about it with his friend. They're up 220%. He's the best money manager in the world, up 220%. That he's number one. Who would invest anywhere else but with Jeff Easton?
His mother disowned him.
If I had any money, that's who I'd be investing with, Jeff Easton. That fucker is great. He knows how to trade options, and he makes money investing in companies. Every company he invests in goes to zero, and he's wealthy. How do you figure that out?
Well,
It's just remarkable.
that's it. But we don't even get access to the market makers, so we can't short sell something we don't own.
Right. No one could,
That's the trade of the decade. If Jeff Easton finances your company and you're a CEO, start shorting your own stock and you'll make a fortune.
with our luck, the stock will go up, right?
All right. You said it
We'll
would.
short the stock and it'll go up.
You.
You know, what do you do then?
So this guy does index. I don't understand it. IG index to spread some of the stocks Hams talks about. But overseas, I guess GDC and ZJYO are close only. That's an interesting thing to know.
Say that again?
He's, I think, in the UK, but GDC and ZJYL are close only over there.
Yeah, that's a way to get people to stop buying the stocks.
Yeah.
Nothing like Wall Street, right? What kind of rules are those? You can only sell them.
Nothing like Wall Street.
How's that? You can only sell these stocks. You can't buy any. Thank you very much.
Well, the government's printing trillions. Wall Street just needs to get part of that. And this is how they do it. And they don't pay taxes.
Right.
And they're going to put, if they put Jamie Dimon in as Treasury Secretary,
No, they said that he was not going to be invited into the administration. It said that somewhere, right?
his firm is the short. Well, what's interesting, they're now the largest holder of silver, but they're the ones that manipulate the precious metal markets.
William, these guys get the silver, and they have these positions, and they loan it out.
They're hypothecating it.
That's all they do.
We don't call it loans. We call it hypothecation.
Call up when you see Pat Byrne and ask him, say, Pat Byrne, is it true Morgan Stanley had a filing on 10% of your company? He's going to say yes. What did they do with it? He believes, we all know, that they were lending it out. So they buy the shares, right, at $30, and they lend it out. And they lend out all those shares, and they're making probably $1 a week or $2 a week lending it out because it was very highly priced. The shorts were paying a lot of money to borrow those shares. So that's what they were doing. They make more money lending it out. They probably made like $80 in lending out the stock. The stock went to 128, back down, and it went back up. And I'm like, why is Morgan Stanley holding on to this stock? Eventually they dumped it. So they killed it, lending it out, and they helped squeeze it up and down 3 times. Nice guys.
It's frustrating to think about. All right.
What else, William?
We don't call it bribes. We call it lobbying.
Yeah, it's bribes.
It started in the Willard Hotel, which I think I went into with Ham to the Robin Bar. I think I did. But it's right next to the White House, next to the Treasury. But that during the Civil War, that's where they would lobby all the congressmen. Lincoln would go over. I don't know if they lobbied him. But that's why it's called lobbying. They would meet in that lobby.
Wait a second, William, I just got a
Yeah.
text. Someone said, were you attending those meetings? Were you lobbying with them?
What was I there when Abe was around?
Yeah.
I might have been. I might have been.
I gotta get a photo of all those guys there one day. Have them pencil you in.
I wore long sideburns. I had a strange beard and a stovetop pipe hat. Stovepipe hat.
I'm gonna leave you with this. I'm driving, but again, you know what I believe. I believe the opportunity to change your life is right in front of you. I'm sorry, I can't stop the manipulation. Nobody can. President Trump will. And when it happens, you can sit there. How come Trump stock is not up? Well, guess what? When it does happen and it jumps 50 points, you're going to say, boy, did I fuck that up? Because remember, these guys are manipulating the stock, whether to make an option expire or do something. They have different motives. All right?
Right.
The big shorts are trapped in these names trying to figure a way to get out of it. And for those who think that a short thinks like you do, they don't. You guys we are not wired to be short sellers. Short sellers have no fear until fear gets onto top of them. They don't think like we do. Because I told you already, if I was short 1.7 million at 235 at the time, how could you not be buying it back at 195? And then when it runs back up, sell it again. That's my thinking. They don't even think about that because they don't want to show any strength in the stock. So it's completely different. It's a totally different thinking pattern. All right, everybody.
All right, you guys.
All right, so listen, have a great week. And William, if I hear anything, I'll get back to you. And thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
You got it.
All right.
Optimism.
I'm going to finish on this one thing. Before I go, one more. He doesn't really want to leave. He wants to keep talking. But that's amazing thing about him. He can talk about this with the same enthusiasm, same energy, same passion, same care, same concern every single day. It's a pretty strong thing. So Maverick, let me show you first. Let me show you Finger quickly. I got to find it now. There it is. We've got a thing here in Kansas we call the Missouri Boat Ride. I just want to show you this right here. Now, I'm trying to show it like this, which means it might go on a little bit longer. It might go a little lower. But the other way you could show it, it's all guesswork as far as I'm concerned. The other way you can show it is like this and like this. It's the same principle. And I don't think when you take into account, let me see, yeah, somewhere over here, I would use this as a starting point. Let's see if it lines up. Yeah, there's the closing prices, closing prices. Yeah, all right, so I'm wrong about that one. It already broke down from there. That'd be one support I'd use. Let's take that away. Where's another one? Maybe from here to there, to there, to there. Anyway, something like that could be support. It's the low here, and it goes through some of the prices here. It might be a little lower. Closer here, I think this is support. So anyway, that clutters it all up, doesn't it? My point is, I still stand that finger. I think when it snaps out to the upside here, is going to have a move, and it could be as strong as this one here to 320. But I think I stick by 260. All right, let's look at Nixie. Nixie, sexy Nixie. Sexy Nixie. Mm-hmm. Where would I be without you? All right, so here's Nixie. You've got this trend line very clearly here. And I guess you could do it, well, let me start over. I don't know. That's a hard one to see anything underneath there other than this. So here's how I see Nixie. I think it's broken out. This is Nixie, by the way. Nix. Sexy Nixie. Here it is, the name. Nixie. I think it's broken out. I didn't know it happened today. I don't know if, anyway. So this is resistance, as you know. What you have resistance. Once it breaks out, that becomes support. That's the theory. And I think if you take Nixie, let me just show you that again. The first target's 550, second target 850. Why? Because that's what it's recently done. To me, this volume here, this volume here, to me, this 52 million shares of volume and this breakout tells you to, and this is my theory. We can all have theories, right? This is my theory. This is breaking out. The stock has told you it wants to go up. Something happened to stop it. I don't know what. Maybe they got it under control. Maybe somebody sold. Maybe they bought some more time. But notice what happened. Let me change the color here. This trend something like that. And here, I know I'm doing bad lines. Let me fix that one. Let me fix this one. My mouse is getting caught as I'm doing this. Anyway, something like this. This trend has been support for a year. And that's where you are. So you're buying NIX right in the middle of its trading range, which is support. Every time it breaks out, it comes back into this. I think the stock I'm sorry for that little angle up there, but I think the stock wants to go up. And once it does, 550. Now let me just show you. Let's go to a 3-year. Let's go to a 5-year. This is the chart on NIXI. Let me annotate it. Annotate it. Since October of last year, you can see this support. I mean, you can draw it differently. Oh, I got to hit annotate. You can draw it a little lower if you want. But anyway, basically, you can see what I'm talking about here. This within the range of that line is support. So the stock, and obviously the way I drew this, it's underneath that line. But I'm not trying to get you to, that's not an exact line. I'm just trying to get you to see the broad squiggle back and forth, which is support. Once it breaks out of that, I think, like I said, the $5 number, but I think a clear area is something in this. I think I bring this down a bit. I don't know, something in that area would be your first resistance. I'm basing it on the low end of this trading. This cluster of trading here, I think, becomes a target, $10. And then this cluster of trading, to use the low end of it, $20 becomes a target. The low end of this, this was where it bounced, and then it collapsed, and then it trading thickened up. So I'm going to use that lowish end, $30. Oh gosh, I guess I'll use the low end of this too, $40. And then up here, I'm not going to use the low end, I'm going to use the top, $80. Why do I do that? Because it collapsed here. And to me, that now becomes a gap. It's not a gap, but it's something I think the stock could test. But the problem, I forget who asked this question on NIXI, is all of this was when the stock was recruiter. And I think down in these lower regions, these psychological trading patterns have some validity. As we get higher and higher, it may or may not. The idea behind charts is that you can read the very human instinct. I paid $20 and I've lived through hell. It got back to $20. I'm going to sell. That's all the chart. Now, what screws it up is the counterfeiting. The selling is endless. The selling never tires. But the algorithms on the short selling computers use these same targets. So anyway, I think NIXI, you could get out of some of it at 8 or 10. I bought, I think I told you, I bought a tiny bit more and I sold something because the stock went down. So I think I had purchased 297 at 304, and I bought 228. That's all I could do at 255. I think the number was 255. So I don't know what that blends out to. Probably 270 range, something like that. So I'm in the thick of this. I put orders in for part of it at $55 right here. Right here, I put it in $55. No, that's wrong. Right here, $55. It's actually higher than 55. Anyway, but I'll be ready if it goes to 20 or 30, maybe to sell it. I think, could it go to 80? I think so. It could go in this range right in here where I'm drawing more than one line. It could go into this range. This would be possibly the high area that it would go. I'm trying to create a range and not a specific target. All in here. So anyway, somewhere between 40 and 60, maybe, or between 40 and 80. You might get a spike up there. And if you get really lucky, maybe it catches fire. Anyway, let me go back here. Let me come back to you. So that's my view on the chart of Nixie, sexy Nixie. What I think is going to happen with the stock, they put out their earnings, their 10Q today. Didn't have a lot in it, but they had cash. They had 2.3 million, something like that, in cash at the end of September. But what I think is going to happen is you're likely to see the company implement its strategy which has been released, to become $1 billion company. I assume that'll mean financing. I assume that'll mean acquisitions. I assume it could mean any number of things that we could get news on quickly or a little longer. But I think Nixie's going to trade. To me, it's my year-end trade. I think it's going to give you I'll be extreme. I think you'll be able to make money in Nixie before Christmas. But it could take longer. But I'll go ahead and call it. I think you'll make a nice trade in Nixie before Christmas. And I'd say sometime within the next 2 weeks, maybe sooner, the stock will be those targets I gave you, 5 and 8, maybe 10. It'll be in that range. So you won't be able to buy it. So right now, Nixie gives you a chance, to me, to buy it with very limited downside. Obviously, anything can happen, but looking at that support, that's what draws me to this trade. You're able to make a bet where it is in its support. And I think you could, make 10 times your money by Christmas time. We heard you say that before in Logic, I know. Let's look at Logic. I think Logic, I see. I got to go down here. Let's just look at Logic. Yeah. Um, there's no question here in logic that the shorts, they'd love to do what happened here. And they're looking at that VWAP that I called to your attention, and maybe they're assuming it'll come down here. I did not speak to the company, but the information that I'm getting is that nobody at the company wants or intends to let billions of shares be issued. They don't want it. So my guess is the stock is not going to collapse from here. It's in this support, which I misdrew. I should have drawn it lower. It broke down clearly from here. It's a crappy chart, but I think the play in logic is I don't want you chasing it because you've got December tax loss selling. You do have that financing out there, but I think there'll be news. Somebody asked me yesterday, they have 7 deals pending, and they kind of got to get those done at the same time to make valuations work. Either that's going to happen or one of the deals is going to happen, and it'll be such a coordinated magnitude they can get the rest done. So I'm still positive on logic. I just think we've got to get through to the end of the year. But I wouldn't sell because I think that stock will be, by their projections, what the data we know, it's 40, 50, 60 cents a share. But I think you'll get 20 cents, 25 cents that you can sell it. You might have to wait, but it could be a lot sooner. If anything, I think that might be a little bit of a buy, but you don't have to chase it. Let's just look at CAUD. That got hit. Yeah, they crushed CAUD, but it's recovering. I would imagine they did some sort of financing, or I don't know what happened here. I think that'll snap back. I don't think it's in trouble. I think that'll be a good stock next year. I think the CEO is doing the right things. I think he got dealt a bad hand by Aubrey Advisors and Chadron, and he's ably building a company. Yeah, this broke out. It got to this is GDC. And just, when I say I called it, it's not me. I'm talking about sometimes these patterns work. That's all it's not that anything great about me, but sometimes it works. And so it snaps back very quickly. It's a lot like when you pull back on a rubber band. You can't pull it too much further. It snaps back. It hits the 200-day moving average. That's resistance, pulls back, and now it's trying to break through. I think you've got a little bit of a pennant here. I think this thing's about to go higher, and it could go much, much higher. We'll watch it. Let me come back. There was something I wanted to relay on what's going on right now. This is Charles Hugh Smith. He's a guy that I read from time to time over the years. I have not ever subscribed to him, but he can play a mean tambourine. The elephant in the room, the current zeitgeist, yikbik. He calls it yikbik. So what if wealth so what? So what? If wealth inequality now exceeds the peak of 1928, 1929, just before the Great Depression, it doesn't matter. The reason it's so easy to ignore extreme wealth inequality, and this is what's happening on Wall Street. They've concentrated wealth with Larry Fink and others, and they own everything. It's caused a decline in our standard of living as wealth is siphoned up to the top 10%. We sense we're falling behind, and etc. Here it is. This is what's been going on since, in my experience, it really started a little bit with Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan set up the seeds for the savings and loan crisis, which hurt George H.W. Bush by with certificates of deposit. It used to be you had to buy them in each state. They passed a rule or law, I forget what it was called, that allowed cross-state selling of CDs, and then they also gave them FDIC insurance. But then it's now hyper-financialization under Obama and Joe Biden, but we have to admit that Trump didn't change it. The Social Security Trust Fund, which is really hiding that Social Security and Medicare are pay-as-you-go programs. I don't know, he didn't finish that sentence. So who benefits from this? It's the top 10%. The very same 10% who sit atop every sector in the economy, finance to media. If you strip away the cultural, political differences in the top 10%, the top 10% believe their wealth should continue because they're smart, valuable, worthy, and there's no reason for them to rebalance the economy. The top 10% believes that their rocket launch wealth is earned and deserved. the employee who made $13 a decade ago might make $18 an hour now. Just enough to keep up with the 46% inflation. 46% since 2010, or maybe not. Stocks have gone, on the other hand, have gone up tenfold, and housing has risen 2.5 times. So who fell behind? Who got ahead? The wage earner or the owner of assets? Here comes what I wanted to show you is the charts. All right, let's just read the whole sentence. Longtime readers are probably tired by these charts because they dismantle all the self-serving rah-rah and distractions spewed by the top 10%. The RAND study, Trends in Income, from 1975 to 2018, concluded that capital skimmed, capital being the banks and the wealthy, skimmed 50 trillion from labor. Capital being the banksters, the wealthy, the top 10%, skimmed 50 trillion from labor. That's the blue collar, let's call it, from 75 to 2018. Is it no wonder over that period of time that people started moving from the Democratic Party to, in my opinion, what Trump offers is a brand new party. I think the Republican and the Democratic Party became one big party doing the same thing. Trump's actually created a new home for the working, middle, and upper middle class even. The data from the Federal Reserve's database calculated the actual sum for the period 1970 to 2022 was at a staggering 149 trillion. In other words, the top 10%, the bank took 149 trillion from wage earners, from salary earners. Can you come up with a better reason than misogyny and sexism and racism for why American voters are moving away from the current parties? If wage earners' share of gross domestic income had remained at 51% instead of declining to 43%, wage earners would have received an additional 149 trillion over the last 52 years. My life, my working life. I started working very young. I'm not making a joke. I did. I started in my teens. That's roughly 3 trillion a year. Unbelievable. No wonder wage earners sense that their standard of living has been falling for decades. It has been falling for decades. Here is the share of gross domestic income This is the wage earner's share of gross domestic income, declined in the 1970s to 2022 from 51% to 43%, 149 trillion, shifted from labor to capital. Look at that. That's the bull market in everything. That's the everything bubble. The bottom 50% of American households did not get a 10-bagger. Their share of the nation's financial wealth actually fell. Unprecedented monetary and fiscal stimulus increased the financial wealth of the bottom 50% by 20th of 1%, by 20 basis points. All the money the government printed helped the people that vote for Joe and Obama and others by 20 bips. The top 0.1% have had a considerably different experience as their wealth soared far above inflation. This guy's not a socialist, by the way. These are the folks flustered by the agony of choosing which foreign enclave they're going to retire to. Oh, they'll just buy a villa and a yacht. Total assets held by the top 1% from 1990 to 2024. If the top 1% wealth holders had kept pace with inflation, it would have been 4.3 trillion. Instead, going over here, it's 20 trillion. So they took their wealth from 1.8 trillion in 1990 to 20 trillion. The dot-com bubble, the housing bubble, the everything bubble. If you didn't own assets, you didn't make it. It's a classless society, at least if you look at from the top. And I've lived abroad. A lot of other societies, third world, there's just this top sliver of the well-off. Okay, here's the share of stock holdings by wealth. The top 1% is in gray, so they own half. If you do it for the top 10%, it's, what is this, 80% of assets? The 40% that go from 50% to 90% own this sliver. The bottom 50% of shareholders, bottom 50% of our population, they have this little blue ownership in stocks. What bubble? We don't see any bubble. We just see blue sky ahead. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. So this guy, Charles Hughes Smith, I've gained ground with anyone else who bought assets long ago. Asset appreciation. It wasn't my smarts, my education, or all my hard work. It was just luck. All right, let's skip his solution. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that. This is why I think there's going to be a huge trouble coming. As Gerald Celente says, when people lose everything, they lose it. And that's coming. That's coming. Trump may have delayed it. And what's great about that is the delay might give us more time to get ready. But it's unmistakable. That kind of wealth inequality is, you can't continue. It just can't continue. All right, let's see what everybody's saying. Laura, I wrote down for quantum investing. I'm going to have to do more work on it. Everything I read was just, if you're investing on the headlines, that's a bad way. So I have to do more work on that. I don't know about PFE. The chart looks nightmarish. And you've got to assume that with RFK in the head of healthcare, you got to assume it's going to be tough on these stocks. So I would be really careful. Let me put you on hold just a second. Sorry about that. It turned out to be important to me, but not to you. I thought it was going to be important to you, and it wasn't. Yeah, I took a call. It's. Um, uh, I thought it was going to be about one of the stocks we've talked about. It wasn't. Um, and I apologize. Look, MetaWound. GTI touched 6 cents today. That's at 5, yay. Well, I didn't listen to the call last night. Not, you know, there was no intent. It's just after my call, I had to walk my dog, and so I didn't hear it. But I don't know if he mentioned that they're going to recover assets or not. But if you assume, Susan, I don't know, what do you assume? They find, I don't know, they recover 15 million. Is that too optimistic? I think so, but let's go with optimism. They recover 15 million in assets. They're going to keep 90% of that. So that works out to 13,500,000. Let's say the costs of legal and all that, take another 500 off. So it's 13 million cash. There'll be lawsuits. How do you distribute it? People bought and sold. Let's leave, class action will say, did you own the shares between X month and X month? Let's just leave all that out. You've got outstanding shares. I better look it up. Outstanding shares of 339 million. Let's say they get some of that retired. So let's say you have 250 million at the end of the day. That's where it's trading, Susan. 0.05, 5 cents a share. So that's that. Well, in that case, if it's shares, that has to be determined what the value is. That might mean 20% comes off. I don't know. I don't want to cause any trouble. The contract with the court it's got 2 categories of 10% payout to the efforts. And anyway, that's good. I mean, I'm glad he did that work. Is it about MMTLP? Look, Julian, I don't know if you're trying to, steer it up, little darling, steer it up. I'm not going to talk about it. if you still own MMTLP, you are a blooming idiot. But if you do, if that's the decision you make, just go with it. And don't ask me about MMTLP. MMTLP is worthless. Worthless. NextBridge could end up like any company. It could end up worthless, but NextBridge has a team with 45 some years of talent, deal flow. They got skin in the game, at least $80 million, probably closer to $100 million. And they can make things happen. And in my opinion, we're on the verge of a bull market in all commodities, but certainly in oil and gas. Our nation has a myth of this, and I think Trump's totally wrong. He may be right in stating that we're standing on more liquid gold than any country in the world. That may, as a statement, be correct. I don't believe it. I think he gets those numbers from the U.S. Geologic surveys. I just don't believe them. But if he's basing on that, he's telling the truth. But the problem is, forget capital. What I read to you yesterday was capital. The big shale companies 5 years ago were spending $1.40 for every dollar of profit. Now things have gotten better with technology. They've learned more through seismic. There's a lot of things that may ameliorate that 142. I talked to somebody today about it who's in the oil and gas business, and he told me a lot of the new fracking, the new drilling, is just refracking old wells, which is something I predicted, but I was negative about it. That, oh, well, they're going to have to go back down. Turns out I was wrong. I was right that they'd be going back in. But I took a negative view that meant that the production would decline. I was wrong. And it turns out as they go in and refrac, they don't have to re-drill the wells, so costs go down. They're able to expand production and get another 10% or whatever of the resource. So there is some hope. But the United States unconventional oil and gas plays, it's going to come down to energy in, energy out. And right now, I guess some of these wells, you spend a barrel and you get 4 barrels out oil equivalent over time. But a lot of them, you spend a barrel and you get 2 barrels out. Some you spend a barrel, you get 1.5 barrels out. Well, depending on the financing, that can be made to look good in the early years, particularly if 80%, there's an 80% decline curve in the first 18 months, 24 months, so that you're getting the bulk of your resource out in the early months. That's all financial. The dinosaurs and the resource don't care about how we allocate our costs and our profits. When energy in, I'm not talking dollars. When you spend a barrel to recover a barrel, the rest of the oil and gas will stay in the ground. So it doesn't matter what the estimate is. If you spend a barrel to get a barrel, there's nothing there for the oil. The oil will be there, stay there. Maybe technology will further change, but the anyway. So I think MMTLP is simply a bet that you're going to win something in a lawsuit or in a congressional hearing. Lots of luck. Nextbridge is a bet on the expertise of management and the fact that there are still conventional plays, which, as oil goes over the next years, in my judgment, I think I spoke to Matt Simmons about this, but I also used to watch his videos, so my memory may blur. And I saw him at a conference. I might have been in the room, but someone raised their hand and said, Mr. Simmons, how high will oil go? He says, when will it go to $100 a barrel? This is years ago, 10 years ago, or maybe a little more. And Mr. Simmons said, listen, I told you it was going to go to six figures. I never said it was going to stop at $100. So years ago, Matt Simmons' target was $500 a barrel of oil. I still believe that's going to happen. I think there's reasons for why it's been delayed, and cheap money is probably the biggest. We put a lot of straws in the same milkshake and sucked out the milkshake faster, more quickly. Is it sustainable? The Permian changed things. Russia actually got its production up. I don't trust that Saudi Arabia's production at 10 to 12 million barrels a day is accurate. I don't think it's sustainable, and they're going to need more of it domestically. Anyway, let's look at so I think, Julian, just to finish that, I think if you put your money in Nextbridge, you put your shares in Nextbridge, I think we have a bull market ahead in oil and gas, and I think you can make a great return on your original investment. I don't think you're going to get a short squeeze, but you could get, I paid $8 for my Nextbridge shares, which I have here somewhere, $7.96. So I stupidly paid the most I could pay. I could have a lot more shares if I had acted sooner. But I think Nextbridge can be a $10 and $80 stock over time. And you don't understand how quickly it can happen in a bull market. There's going to be a wall of capital coming out of these brainiacs in New York, Chicago, San Francisco, London. We're diversifying into the energy area, and we're looking for cash flow, and we feel like the trajectory of growth over the next 5 years, blah 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 blah. As soon as they start talking, you want to leave the room. It's like, can I leave? I don't need to hear all this crap. What? But anyway, if you listen enough to them, you just it's boring. But they are going to come with hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, and they're going to try to invest in oil and gas. And there's only going to be limited teams with expertise, and there's only going to be limited areas where new money can go. You can't invest in Saudi Arabian oil and gas except through the stock market. True, they have Aramco. Maybe you do that. You can invest in some of the other areas around the world, which I start to think are safer now than they used to be. But they still have an element of political risk. There's a lot of areas you can't invest in the oil and gas sector. The reserves are held by governments. So where is the money going to go? It can go to Exxon. It can go to Mobil. But once those stocks have doubled and tripled, combination of distributions and growth, the money is going to go seek smaller cap. Some, and I'm not saying tiny, but they're going to seek investments in stocks, energy stocks with a lower market cap. And there aren't that many of them. There aren't that many. So there'll be everybody that went to college in the highly educated, smug northeastern schools, primarily in California. Like that analyst I read her, I'm not picking on her, but she doesn't know better. She got her PhD. She works for Goldman Sachs, and she was predicting gold prices. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. But these kind of people are coming out, and they have come out with the idea that we're not going to be using oil in 10 years, 15 years, and that the planet is in trouble, the climate, because of oil consumption. Now, I happen to differ from a lot of my oil and gas friends in that I'm petrified by climate change. I'm petrified by it. I don't know why they're celebrating down in Miami. It's going to be underwater. All of Donald Trump's wealth will be underwater, except for his golf course in Scotland and maybe in California, if the projections come true. And there's no evidence that climate change happens slowly. None. It can happen very quickly. So I get scared about it. I'm not one that dismisses it. They talk about the Green New Scam and all. I don't buy into all that. Climate change is real, and we're going to have to adapt to it. But is investing in electric vehicles the answer? These brainiacs out of the elite schools come out with their answers. Tires require oil. Building cars require oil. The plastics are all oil. Getting the lithium and the batteries built requires massive diesel machines, caterpillars, to dig up the earth and transport. It's all highly consumptive of oil and gas, diesel. The problem with the planet is much more complicated, but it boils down to there's so many people on it, and everybody wants to live like we used to do in North America. Planet can't take it. The planet is a closed system. So we have to adapt, and there are ways to adapt. This new RFK's running mate, I think her name's Nicole Shanahan. I'm impressed with her, very impressed with her. And she's come out talking about small farms. And we can grow food on small farms without consuming and destroying our bounty of topsoil. Our industrial farming has destroyed our topsoil. We've lost this big thick, we've got very little left. But there's ways to do it, and you can do it without being damaging so much to the climate. Trees, planting trees. So there's things. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit, but Julian, as we move forward, the world is going to face the consequences of the decisions of these elites out of the Ivy League schools that have impressed upon the United States government's policy to not invest in oil and gas. And as the decline curves come in, it's just physics. It's just reality. The world produces, round numbers, I haven't looked recently, 100 million barrels of oil a day. And the world consumes 100 million barrels of oil a day. It might be 101 production, 100 million consumed. Well, the consuming is going to go up as people want to live like we do. Where that can change is conservation. And the fact is, we'll have to change how we live if the prices go up. We'll learn how to have air conditioning without electric. There'll be changes. But, Julian, on 100 million, 101 million, let's call it 100 million, oil and gas produced annually, if you put a 5% decline rate on it, if there's no drilling, no discoveries, in my example, after 1 year, you're not producing 100 million barrels of oil. You're producing 95 million barrels of oil a day. And if that same 5% is there the next year in decline, you've got 90 million barrels of oil a day. And if you're at 90 million barrels of oil the third year, you're at 85, and so on and so on. So by not investing, by not adding new reserves, new fields, we're going to run up against this. And it's just a fact of life. There are no huge conventional oil reserves to make up for that. Iraq is the world's largest conventional pool of oil. It's many pools, but they destroyed some of it in the war. Oddly, Trump's right. We spent trillions because the Popinjay got mad that Saddam insulted his father. Well, George H.W. Bush used to mispronounce Saddam's name intentionally, so it sounded like the soul of a heel. That's an insult, but we don't see that. We only see one side. Well, none of that oil is coming to the United States or U.S. firms. It's going to Russian firms, German firms, Japanese firms. We spent the money. The other places that have some excess oil, maybe Libya now that it's recovering, the UAE, maybe down the west coast of Africa, but there's no magical new source of oil that's going to come on quickly. They might find something in the Arctic, maybe. It'll take 20 years. So there's a reckoning, Julian, that the oil and gas industry has struggled with, while policy has diverted money to NVIDIA and to this idiocy of electric vehicles and other things. The government has skewed everything. We are going to run up against the hard fact, unless a lot of us die very quickly, that there's not going to be enough oil. There's probably enough natural gas, but not if we have a cold winter. So prices are going to go up. And I think they're going to go up a lot. Where I see oil prices going, I think oil could get, if we go to war, oil will be $400 or $500 a barrel. But assuming we don't go to war, which, by the way, I have to say, it doesn't look good for the Middle East. I would not want to be a Palestinian. I wouldn't want to be a Palestinian in Gaza Strip or the West Bank. I would not want to be an Arab or a Christian, Arab Muslim in Lebanon. It doesn't look good. And then we probably are going to join Israel in attacking Iran. But it looks like the Soviet S-400s and S-300s, S-200s are better air defense systems, tank defense systems, missile defense, jet defense systems than anything our bloated and corrupt military industrial complex is built. Imagine a world where Saudi Arabia recognizes that Russian weapons are better than United States weapons, where Iraq recognizes that, where Israel recognizes it. They're going to buy weapons from Russia, not from us. Because while we were spending trillions of dollars bombing brown-skinned women and brown-skinned children and assaulting mountains, the British couldn't win in Afghanistan, so we decided we'd do it. Muslims. Oh, they have a different God. Do they have a different God? They believe in one God and only one God. Like the Jews do, like Christians do. Why? Because they're all Abrahamic faiths. But our nation, our military industrial complex, decided to bomb the bejesus out of the Middle East. And now, for kicks, we're going to go after Russia. What the hell? What the hell? There's not enough oil for all this, by the way. We send our tanks in. I think they consume 5 gallons of oil per mile. And behind them is a fuel tanker that does the same thing. We're so outdated. Anyway, so Julian, you can ask me about MMTLP, and you can ask me about a settlement. And just like the other guy here that claims he lost money in finger motion, I don't know how anyone could, other than me. I lost what he's claiming. I'm not going to tell you how much I lost. But when I went down to see that video, to be interviewed, Ham's calling me, the woman's calling me, the guy's calling me, everybody, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You better get down there. They're there. They're there. Go do it. So I went. Like an idiot. I should have said, no, I got to watch my account. An idiot. It's my fault. I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming them. But I decided to go do that. And I got wiped out. All the gains I was making, and real money too, by the way, as I was making, trading finger as it went up. And then Monday, was the coup de grace as E-Trade liquidated everything when they exercised calls for a penny. And I was bringing in money best I could and selling other things. They didn't wait. They just sold it all out. So they sold at the lows at 10:30 in the morning. So I've been through the cost and the pain. I have. And this guy's complaining. I don't know how he lost that much money unless he did it like I did, trading options. I can see that. But if this guy standalone actually put $80,000 into finger motion and he's got $50 left, I'm sorry, it's not believable. It's not believable. He would have had to buy, he either bought at the top and he had a year to get out up in that range. It was 8 something. He had months to get out in the 6 to 7 range, months to get out in the 3 to 6 range, months to get out 3 to 4, 2 to 3, 1 to 2, 75 cents to 1.5 months. So he's asking you to believe that he just sat there and did nothing. I don't buy it. And he says it's his wife's money. And he just sat there. I don't buy it. He's been shorting it the whole way down. The other way he could have done it is he just bought a slew of finger at $1. Watched it ride up, didn't sell any. And then as it came down to 90 cents for a while, 80 cents for a while, 70 cents for a while, then traded down, I think, to 45, 50, bounced back up, settled in around 50 cents. I'm mixing it with GTII. Sorry, that's what happened to GTII. Sorry about that. I was getting the numbers wrong. I don't find it believable. He's just here whinging falsely to in my judgment, to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Now, if he did do that, if in fact he lost that much, my condolences. It's hard. But if you focus, as several people have said, on trading, smart, it's not easy, but you can have a plan. The simplest plan is buy a stock that you like that has options on it and sell calls. Bring in the premium. Do it for a year. Do it for 2 years. Bring it in. And the thing is, with the losses, the blessing, it's small beer, but with the losses, every profit you make, you don't pay any taxes until the losses run out. There's ways, but I guess I get frustrated, I get upset. There's no magic bullets. In GTII, we had a huge chance to make a profit. In retrospect, we know that. In finger motion, we had 2 or 3 chances to take a profit. In retrospect, we see that. We were playing for, at least I thought it was going to happen early on, short squeezes, because GME and AMC happened. Well, GME and AMC happened out of the blue, and then HKD, by quirks that HKD may have happened because Ken Griffin set it up to bail his own ass out. But they blame it on COVID money. I don't think so. I think those were engineered squeezes by one aspect of Wall Street against the rest, and retail came in. But retail got caught up in the story. Oh, there's all these many counterfeits. There's these many shorts, diamond hands. They are going to have to buy in. They are going to enforce the rules. I think we've learned by now. That they are not coming to our rescue. So squeezes, I think, are far less certain it should be far less certain in our vernacular than they were maybe back then. So that doesn't mean I still think things are going to squeeze. I think there's going to be squeezes. But the lessons we need to learn is take your original money off. Don't be greedy. And I'm talking to myself. Literally, I'm sitting in a room talking to myself. But I am saying that we have to do that. We have to try to take a profit off. Looking back on Finger or GTII or Vocal for a brief shining moment, what would have been wrong with taking the profit? We might have missed out on a screaming squeeze, but at least we'd be sitting here, doubled our money or tripled our money. Or maybe some people would have done better. And we got to start thinking like that. But Julian, to go back to MMTLP, I think NextBridge could be worth zero if you listen to all the fudsters. I don't think it is. I have a little over 4,000 shares. Thank you very much, for $8 a share. I believe that Greg McCabe can turn 400. He's going to have 400 million shares outstanding. He could turn that. I mean, if he turned it into a $5 billion, let's just say he turns it into a $1 billion company, you get $2 something a share. But if he turned it into $5 billion, are you okay? Oh. I'll help you, Lucky. You just hang on. I'll help you. I'll get you up. There you go. There you go. That's right. You're a good boy. I wish I could help you. All right. Now you're right in my way, but that's okay. I love you anyway. He can't get up. His back legs. He can walk, but he can't get up on his back legs. Anyway, Julian, if he got NextBridge Hydrocarbons to a $5 billion valuation, which I think is possible over 3 years, there's a lot he has to do. That's $12.50. That's how I'm going to make my money back. And he could do much better than that, by the way. Much better. But if you want to hang on to MMTLP, you're going to get zero. But hang in there. Hang in there with MMTLP. I'm sure Double D will look out for you. If there's a legal settlement or a congressionally driven settlement or penalty, court-driven penalty, everybody will get their piece of it. Well, what if NextBridge does well and they're only paying it out? I mean, if NextBridge does really well and the court decides, well, you know what, you got to net it out, well, you made money. But you're going to make zero in MMTLP. And I'm tired of talking about it. If you don't believe me, go listen to Double D. Thank you, Red Pepper Ronnie. Well, we do know, Clark, I just don't like people being, and maybe it's because I'm a pessimist, I'm not an optimist. I don't know. I think I can be very optimistic. I would say I'm a realist. GTII is a shell, and it's not a clean shell. It's an over-the-counter shell. Those are worth, I don't know, 100 grand to 500 grand if they're clean, and maybe not that much. It has, it's embroiled in lawsuits, embroiled. And yes, I agree with everyone. Richard is found, not the receiver. Richard is found. Well, I don't know if it's even Richard. I think it's the other attorney who works with the receiver. So I don't know who to give credit to. Does it matter? The three of them, Richard and JR, that attorney and the receiver, that's four. They found assets, apparently, according to what I just read, and shares. Well, that's their point of view. I agree with it. But they're in court. Now, the good thing that I understand is the receiver threw out a bunch, not the receiver, sorry, I mixed the words up. The judge threw out a bunch of the motions from the bad guy's side, which includes, I think, management, some of management. So it might be that now that judge works with the receiver and the whales, and there's never going to be any consideration of what the bad guys say, both the shorts and the people that may have stolen assets. I don't know. If they have money, they can get lawyers. My point is, it's not going to be, well, I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. But it's at least possible that it's going to take a long time because there's going to be back and forth between lawyers, and it'll get expensive. I think the good thing about GTII is all of you guys, a lot of CEOs want guys like you. The whales, and I think if they're able to bring in, and there are people, as you know, working with them, if they're able to bring in an asset, I think the same story I made for MMTLP could happen with GTII, which is getting more than what we invested back. I think it could happen. I just don't want the illusion that anything is going to happen quickly. That's all. Courts don't go quickly. Lawyers don't go quickly. That's my experience. Maybe it'll be different this time. Maybe it'll go really quickly. I've admitted to you, I don't really understand receivership versus bankruptcy. To me, odds are it's about the same. But I'm not a lawyer. So maybe things will go really, really quickly. And something great will happen with GTII. I do think, Clark, toward the end of this year, if the stock just, there's a lot of selling for tax loss reasons, I personally think you can write it off, but you know, it might make sense to acquire more if you can get it really inexpensively and you're willing to write it off in your mind. But I would not make GTII your focus of trading or how you're going to make money until the good guys win. And I think the good guys are winning and they're making a lot of progress. But until some of that becomes more self-evident, I just don't see a miracle either in MMTLP or in GTII. I see a lot of time. That money's lost. In both cases, MMTLP and GTII, the shorts won. The criminals won. Now, it's not over. They won that battle, and it hurt. But the war is not over. The war is not over. And the problem, Clark, is if assets come in, the company bringing the asset in are going to want a very large part of the shell. So I don't think we should be under any illusions that bringing assets in is necessarily going to give us a huge payday. If you go to Logic, for example, Logic is starting out as a shell, and they're keeping 15% of the company in return for that shell. Based on the financing they just announced, I wouldn't be surprised if that 15% goes down a bit after it's all sorted. So I don't know. Does the shell get to keep 15%? Maybe. But it might be less than that. And in this case, you got to pay. There's already, anyway, I don't want to break it down because that's treacherous waters for me. But there's already money being taken out. And that's a fact. There's probably going to be ownership taken out. So we, in very broad stroke, may well be crammed down. And Clark, it's just logical. If you're a whale, and let's say you own 50% of GTII, and you recover assets, and let's say 10 to 20% go to the people pushing the paper, and so you're left with 80% net. And then you, the whale, brings in or agrees to finance a company that comes in. Or the company comes in with their own money, which would be great. So that, let's say the company asks for, let's be generous, 75% of the shell, leaving us 25% of 80%. But let's just leave that complicated part out. Let's say the company that comes in gets 75% and we have 25%, and the whales own half of that, which is fine. But what if the whole thing needs capital to make it run? And you go to the whales. We want you to put money in. Well, they might go in through the vehicle of the new company, which would be perfect. Or they might have to come in through GTII. It means our 12.5% of GTII is going to get reduced even further. So, guys, I just think we have to acknowledge It's going to be a rebuilding process. We're very fortunate to have the really strong efforts of the not legal advice team and the lawyer slash receiver team and the whales. We're lucky for that. And that there's so many companies that want to come in. And we're lucky we have the strength of what is very likely a massive short position, which could give to the company that comes in the ability to raise money into a potential, GME type squeeze. So there's a lot of positives. But Clark, no one knows. You're exactly right. I don't want to sell you dreams. I don't. We got really hit hard in GTII. We got destroyed in MMTLP. And MMTLP is worthless. We got to face facts. The short is tracked. The shorts in MMTLP are tracked. So what does that mean? Probably means some, as you guys point out, some sort of settlement or really good legal engineering. They walk away and we get a buck or two. The best approach there is to go to NextBridge and get both. Get the benefit of the oil and gas company potentially and get the benefit of either Congress or the court system making a payout. And there's always the chance of Wall Street, but it doesn't seem like they're running to buy back the shares. In GTII, we'll see. All right, I'm going to move on from that. My accounts say, no, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You are in trouble. But you can fix it. You can fix it. But you're in trouble. I get frustrated and I get worked up, but these guys do it to you. They use language and they use confusion. They hire people to confuse you. And if you don't do something, when you get caught out, your recourse is to hire an attorney. And I know no attorney will take your case. None. None. Why? The arbitration clause. The arbitration clause. So the criminals got started with Torchlight, and Torchlight's main asset was the Oro Grande. And the criminals went to work on it, destroying the stock, selling stock that didn't exist, making it impossible to raise further money. The criminals did their job with Torchlight. So Torchlight was left with a decision. What's our assets? Well, we've got a shell. So Torchlight sold their shell So Torchlight sold their shell their NASDAQ shell, by a reverse merger, reverse split into MMAT, did a reverse into Torchlight. MMAT's asset was technology. And by the way, they ended up with the Ora Grande because it came with Torchlight. So they did that. This was it's not the right word, monetizing, but Torchlight was doing the best thing they could for shareholders to try to get some value. I don't remember what was exchanged or not. I don't. But shareholders got into a percentage of MMAT. I don't know. Was it 20%, 15%, 25%? I don't know. Because the shell, which is we all held, you kept yours. I had sold my Torchlight by then. Received in the reverse merger the technology from MMAT. Well, now MMAT got shorted as well. But MMAT thought, hey, we're on NASDAQ, and Adina Friedman cares about us. She really does. She really cares about us. No, she doesn't. So MMAT MMAT listed on NASDAQ. They took stupid financing, but their asset was technology. They had the stub asset of the Ora Grande, but they didn't want it. They're not oil men. They're in Canada, scientists. So they distributed it as, I guess, Meta Materials Torchlight Limited Partner. They distribute it to shareholders as a dividend, non-trading, and it was meant to be a distribution to every shareholder of their interest in the Ora Grande, which was being taken over by some existing management in a private company. So it was a private company. There's some debate on all that, but it's essentially a private company. So the shorts are trapped. They have no way out. So this So MMTLP starts trading when the shorts fraudulently from overseas created one share, and I forget how it works, but they were able, by Xeroxing, cutting and pasting, and lying, to get MMTLP to trade. Why? They were trapped. They could not deliver the shares of of Nexbridge, the private company. So they got MMTLP trading to continue to destroy the ability of the Ora Grande to get funded. And they shorted MMTLP. Well, MMTLP, all it ever was a ownership of the Ora Grande asset, whose management and I don't want to say ownership, whose control was taken over by a company called Nextbridge. They distributed it on a one-for-one basis. The shorts got it trading, not the company. It was illegal what they did. But FINRA and the SEC approved it. Now, a lot of people, because they were in the fever of GME, AMC, and others, said, we're going to buy MMTLP because it's going to be a squeeze. Can't you tell? There's this massive amount of shares that were sold through Torchlight, sold in MMAT, and now MMTLP. The shorts are trapped. It's going to squeeze. A reasonable bet. A reasonable bet. So a lot of people bought MMTLP for the squeeze. Some people sold their shares because they didn't trust it, but a lot of people bought. Jessica Hopper, stopped trading under a dubious decision. And FINRA's backed her up, SEC's backed her up, journalists have backed her up, professors have backed her up. So the so-called 2 days of short squeeze that we are entitled to didn't happen, so-called entitled to. But we still were entitled to 1 share of Nextbridge for every share of MMTLP. Well, everyone was shocked at the highway robbery, including myself, that happened in front of us, and the blatant corruption of FINRA and the SEC and Wagner and the rest of the congressional committees. We're shocked, state of shock, and we're fighting. A lot of people fought, still are. So what FINRA did, which is in their right, and it's what happened, FINRA said, MMTLP expired December 13, and the stock symbol is deleted from trading. No longer exists. Deleted, doesn't exist. So then the argument went, hey, you owe us 2 days of trading. And that was what the argument still is. You owe us 2 days of trading. But Steve, lost in that is that Wall Street's only obligation to you that's in writing, because FINRA has a right to halt trading, even if it's egregious. They have a right to do what they want. We sign the paperwork. We can sue them, but they halted trading. So what did Wall Street owe us? The 1 share of Nextbridge for every share of MMTLP. But there were too many shares out there for Torchlight, too many shares out there for MMAT, and too many shares out there of MMTLP. You know all this. But for some reason, our brain accepts the fraud, and then we also expect that things are going to operate fairly. It's weird how we are. So somewhere December, January, there's rumors that there were 2 billion shares of MMTLP sold, non-located, non-borrowed, non-received, non-owned in the system. There were 165 million real shares of MMTLP. So where are these shares? What went on here? You put up cash, I put up cash. The broker dealer, your company, my company, took our cash. They went out on an electronic system and bought our shares for us as brokers. The prime broker for the criminals, sold us shares via the market maker exemption under Reg Show, where they do not locate shares, they do not borrow shares, they do not own shares, and it's okay for 2 days. It's supposed to be. It might be 3, but it's 2 or 3 days. It's okay because of the Reg Show exemption, market maker exemption. Fine. They put it in your account. Now, the broker dealer fails because they don't demand receipt. So, in your account, Steve, are the shares that come out of this set of data, and there's a subset of real shares down here. Now, this is what's in everybody's account. You don't know because it doesn't matter. There aren't some real shares, some fake shares. These are just data entries in your brokerage account. Where are these real shares? The real shares are held at the DTC. 165 million shares of MMTLP. Now I have to correct myself. MMTLP wasn't held at the DTCC well, actually, that's not true, because once it started trading, there may be a gray area as to when these were actually held, because the distribution of NextBridge happened on December I can't remember, 16th or 20th. But MMAT made the announcement that they distributed the 165 million shares of MMTLP to the transfer agent to exchange for shares of NextBridge hydrocarbons, which, as I think about it, might have been created by NextBridge rather than by MMAT. But anyway, at the transfer agent / DTCC, what came down here was 165 million shares of Nextbridge hydrocarbons. Whatever happened in the gray area of trading, as of the end of December, there were distributed to the DTCC, I think Nextbridge exchanged shares, 165 million, to MMAT to effect this reverse merger, or whatever this was by that time. MMAT gave those shares to the DTCC/transfer agent. I'm unclear, I'll admit. Does it go to the transfer agent first or the DTC first? I don't know. Doesn't matter. They ended up sitting at the DTCC. What are they, those 165 million shares? So at the DTC, there's 165 million shares of Nextbridge for a moment in time. They're in the street name, because everything's electronic. 65 million shares are in the name of Fidelity for the further benefit of clients like you, Steve. 20 million are in the name of Greg McCabe, in his real name. $40 million, and now this might have the name of the transfer agent instead of his name, and at the transfer agent, it's in his name. I don't know the mechanics, but this is in essence what happens. 40 million shares at Ameritrade for the benefit of clients, 40 million shares at Morgan Stanley for the benefit of clients. This adds up to 165 million. So MMAT has done what they needed to do. They distributed the shares. They've been converted to Nextbridge hydrocarbons. Now let's just take Fidelity. Because remember, the ratio that I showed you, we'll use that ratio. 2 billion shares potentially. 12 to 1. 12 to 1. So if Fidelity has 65 million shares in street name, in Fidelity's name, and it's distributed in the same ratio that is rumored system-wide, let's use 12 to 1. That means Fidelity has 65 million real shares at the DTCC, but distributed in their retail brokerage system. Their clients, for the benefit of their clients own 720 million shares of NextBridge. Obviously, this is an example, 720 million. Now, initially, your statements called it MMTLP, inertia. But what it is, it represents the NextBridge. Now, I don't have time. I'm not going to pull up the facts, but the fact sheet issued by FINRA and by NextBridge client responsibility to request the transfer of their shares of MMTLP electronic to the transfer agent for the physical shares of NextBridge. Client responsibility. Forever. When you open a Wall Street account, you have the choice of a cash account or a margin account. If you opened a margin account, you had to agree to put your shares in the name of your broker-dealer, Fidelity, called street name. Why? Because that was your collateral to borrow money from Fidelity. If the trades went pear-shaped, Fidelity needed to establish the legal right to sell the collateral. That's what street name was all about. But you had a choice. I don't want to be on margin, so I want to be a cash account. Keep my shares in safekeeping. Keep my shares in my name. So Fidelity would just act as a safekeeper, sorry for my vocabulary, of your shares. That's it. They'd be in your name at the transfer agent. They're in your name at the DTCC. They're in your name. It's all in your name. But if you traded margin, it went into the name of Fidelity. in the early 80s, Merrill Lynch came up with the cash management account, the CMA. CMA. This was a brand new idea, now taken for granted, that if you opened a cash management account, all of your securities would automatically be on margin. You could get a checking account and a credit card so that you could spend your money with a check or with in some cases, a credit card, other cases, debit card. If it were, some accounts had American Express, and so it would be paid once a month. This meant that all shares had to go into street name. This took a while to catch fire, but catch fire it did. Everybody wanted this account. E.F. Slutton imitated it. Prudential Bache imitated it. Even the smaller firms, Tucker Anthony imitated it. Johnston Lemon. Some of the firms didn't ever get there, but most firms gave a similar cash management account. So that was the 80s, 90s, into 2000. CMAs became de rigueur. So pretty much, Wall Street developed the capacity and understood what advantage it was to have everyone move their shares into type 2, street name. And then you had a small amount of clients that were in safekeeping. Well, that became a pain in the ass. That was expensive. They weren't making any money on it. Couldn't lend them out. Because as the volumes of CMA's assets grew, they could start lending those shares out. So sometime around 2010, around 2010, Wall Street canceled type 1, canceled safekeeping. They sent you your shares if they couldn't be automatically transferred to type 2. There was no longer on Wall Street the ability for the willingness for your broker dealer to hold shares in your name in their vaults in New York City or in New Jersey. Everything transferred to street name, and further, it all transferred to an electronic system. Your certificates became bits of computer data, just like the cash in your accounts. This was right around 2008, Reg Show. I think we all know by now what fractional reserve banking is. This is what our banking system counts on. We put cash in there, they lend it out 10 to 1. And the facts are it's probably 100 to 1. But it's guaranteed by the FDIC and basically by the US government. So we go along with no worry. In the past, when banks lent out can you remember the movie Christmas with Jimmy Stewart? His bank failed because the competing bank, Mr. Magoo, opened up. All the money was transferring over to Mr. Magoo's bank. So Jimmy Stewart's bank didn't have enough cash even to operate. That's fractional reserve banking. And so there used to be bank runs, but what stopped it was Roosevelt's FDIC. And since then, the Fed and the government prints money that we accept. So there's no bank runs anymore. There's been moments where we thought they were. So it's a 10 to 1. It's probably 100 to 1. My opinion, it's my words. I haven't read it anywhere. All those MIT, Harvard, Yale, Stanford grads that are investment banking, they've turned our brokerage system into a fractional reserve security system. Fractional reserve security system. Now, to bring it back to MMTLP, for every one, that looks terrible. For every one share of MMTLP in our fractional reserve security system, 12 have been lent out. That's how Wall Street sees it. It's just digital. They ignore the rules. So for every one share of MMTLP, they've lent out 12. In my example, the rumored ratio. Now, MMTLP, in December, MMAT did distribute, and that became NextBridge Hydrocarbons. So in your brokerage account, just like in your bank account, you have a black and white computerized, computer-generated entry that says you own NextBridge Hydrocarbons. It's not true. There was a bank run on the system as far as NextBridge Hydrocarbons is concerned. And everything else is obfuscation. So right now, there's one share of real NextBridge lent out 12 times. It shows in the accounts. And it says it's called NextBridge Hydrocarbons, but there's one share of a private company. I know it's public, private company representing 12 shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. Now you tell me, are you good? You tell me, are you good? This was a bank run as it relates to NextBridge Hydrocarbons. Let's leave the name MMTLP out. Now, there's 165 million Nextbridge Hydrocarbons at the DTC, but at the transfer agent, there's 165 million shares of Nextbridge Hydrocarbons at the DTC. In the brokerage system, the rumor is there's 2 billion. Remember? Fractional reserve security system. My words, I made that up. 1 to 12. It's a bank run. Everybody took out their real shares, just like in Jimmy Stewart's bank. Everyone took out their real cash, leaving savings accounts with entries that were worthless. That's what's happened here. All of the real shares of Nextbridge now reside at the DTC/transfer agent. The transfer agent has accounts in the client's names. All the other confusion is to get you to have confidence in the system and do nothing. All right, in my example, I don't know how to make it clear to you. Equinity now has real people owning 50 million shares. In my example, Fidelity 40 million, and other broker dealers have the rest. Real people own 50 million in my example. Well, I actually think from what I've heard, it's closer to, I'll go high, it's closer to 70 million for real people. In my example, Fidelity owns 40 and the rest is owned by other broker dealers. Now, what does Fidelity own? What does that mean? And the ratio I gave before was, I can't remember now, but I'm just going to say, I don't want to recalculate it. Okay, so what it means, I don't remember the numbers, but what it means is Fidelity owns one certificate at the transfer agent, at the DTCC, that says Fidelity Investments 40 million shares. That's called street name. For the benefit of its clients, you, Steve, who owns 720 million shares. And I got that from my last, anyway, 12 to 1. Doesn't matter. If it's accurate, it's the problem. So are you okay? Are you good? Right now you're good because Fidelity, let's just say that Fidelity distributed out of that 40 million, let's say they distributed 25 million, 20 million. Let's say they distributed 20 million to real people. So now the certificate and street name for Fidelity has been changed from 40 million because one by one, people asked for their delivery of their shares to the transfer agent. And now Fidelity has 20 million shares left. And in their books, because when people transfer out, those shares transfer out of Fidelity. So now there's only 70 million shares sitting in the client's accounts at Fidelity. But you, Steve, are feeling okay because if you call up, Fidelity says, oh, sure, we can deliver your shares. Because Fidelity still has 20 million shares. They're counting on that most of the people don't do anything because they listen to Double D over on the Twitter spaces. So when you call in, oh, yeah, we can take care of it. We can take care of it. Oh, yeah, sure, we can take care of it. So you don't perceive a problem. This is fractional reserve security system. But there's been a bank run. The bank run has happened. It's just a slow motion panic. It's a slow motion destruction of the assets of this subset of the bank called NextBridge Hydrocarbons shares, or MMTLP. Now, what will happen, Steve, at some point that 20 million shares will be gone. There'll be no shares in street name at Fidelity, none at all. There'll be 680, in my example, 680 million shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons, like it says there, in their accounts. Do you think you're good in that situation? There are no real shares. So Fidelity Investments is holding 0 names, 0 shares for the benefit of its shareholders, of its clients, 0 shares for the benefit of its clients who hold 680 million shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. Do you think that's good? All shares, if you remember what I said to you earlier, around 2010, all shares have to be in street name. Further, as I think I said, they're all electronic. They're all electronic in your brokerage accounts. All electronic. That's so they can hide from you that it is a fractional reserve security system. They lend out shares 12, 15, 20, 50 times to collect fees and increase assets under management. This time, there's been a run on the bank and they're pretending that everything's normal. When a company like NextBridge Hydrocarbons is spun off and it's a publicly traded company, they just move the short position into your accounts electronically and it's business as usual. They're pretending that's the case right now. It's not the case. Why? Nextbridge hydrocarbon shares are only physical. They're not electronic. They're not electronic. So, ipso facto, using your noggin, if Nextbridge hydrocarbons cannot be held electronically and they're only physical, what can Fidelity do with my account? They can only hold electronic shares, or they're only willing to. So what's in your account? Nothing. Nothing's in your account. Nothing is in your account. At Fidelity, MMTLP, it's nothing. It's not electronic. It's not physical. It's just something put on your statement so you don't do anything. But MMTLP changed its name to Nextbridge in the Fidelity accounts. They changed the name to Nextbridge, but it's still MMTLP. It still is nothing. It's a lie. So, Steve, you have to call your broker and ask them to ship your shares to the transfer agent. The transfer agent, Fidelity will hive off enough shares representing you. They'll send it to the transfer agent, so the transfer agent does their stamping and their printing. They take Fidelity's block of street name certificate, one. They hive off enough for you, so they reduce the size of Fidelity's ownership in street name at DTCC. Or at the transfer agents, both places. I would guess in the case, it's both places. I don't know exactly how that back office crap works, but at the transfer agent, now your ownership is in your name in an account for you, and you get your certificates delivered to you. You get your certificates delivered to you. That's real stock. That's not electronic. That's not a lie. It's in my name. Costs you $80, maybe $160. They have to FedEx their request to the transfer agent. The transfer agent FedExes it back, your certificate, to their ROC center, their regional operations center, and then they overnight it by FedEx to you. Then you have real shares. The name in the account, in your account, is a lie. And if you don't do anything, it's because you're lazy. And now, anyway, it might be because you didn't understand it. But if you want to protect your asset, you must get it in physical share form, because Nextbridge doesn't trade. What Fidelity is hoping, all those criminals on the Twitterati pages and all the other criminals, which I include, I don't think Johnny Tobacco is a criminal. I just think Johnny Tobacco's agenda falls into the criminal's agenda. I'm not blaming him. If Nextbridge ever trades, which is what Johnny Tobacco is trying to get it to do on blockchain, then the criminals can go to Goldman Sachs, and it used to be Bear Stearns did it all the time, and they can create a derivative, a contract that they can show to Fidelity and say, hey, we have this contract showing that we get delivery of those shares if the stock does such and such and such. And then Fidelity says, hey, we're covered. And then Steve, when you sell, if it's on block, I don't know if it'll ever be on blockchain. I don't know if you'll ever be able to sell. But conceptually, if you were able to somehow sell your shares, Fidelity would have that document, which they'd go back to whoever issued it to them. They paid a fee for it, and they'd get some shares that way. As long as only 1 out of 12 shares ever asked for that, they'd be okay. And what's their worst case? The stock's trading on blockchain. Fidelity could go in and buy some, or if they made the deal with Goldman Sachs, Goldman goes buy some. Fidelity's paying a big fee, and that's how it gets done. That's why I do not trust that Nextbridge should trade on blockchain. It's a way of screwing everybody. But that's what Fidelity's waiting for. They're waiting for Nextbridge to start trading. All the criminals tell Greg McCabe, well, you are a public company. You're reporting and you must trade. All the criminals tell you, ask for 2 days trading. Why? Because their motive is to get the stock trading. Go to blockchain. Why? Because the stock will be trading. Yeah, but there's a record they can't cheat. Sure, they can cheat. They'll use derivative products and they'll trade offshore massively. So the great strength that Greg McCabe has right now is the run on the bank, just like in It's a Good Life. The run on the bank happened as it relates to Nextbridge hydrocarbon shares. The shorts are trapped. And as long as Greg McCabe simply never goes public in terms of trading, never goes on blockchain, ever stays private, the shorts are trapped. Now, what Fidelity hopes for is they can lie to you under this guise of a fractional reserve security system. It's just like the fractional reserve banking. We went to MIT and, hey, we're great guys and girls and trust us. It's thievery. It's Xeroxing this title over and over and over again and calling it hypothecation and rehypothecation. And then they're lending out something that doesn't exist. They're collecting dividends and all of this is fraud. But it's okay in Ann Wagner's world because Goldman Sachs told her so, because she doesn't think for herself. It is a run on the bank caught in frozen in time. And the criminals are doing everything they can do to buy time to get it trading in some fashion so they can do shit offshore. If you want to wait for all that, go ahead. The stock will be nothing, probably. I don't know. It'll mean they successfully destroyed Nextbridge. They've already worked that wonder in some ways. But Steve, it's a long answer. You simply must move your thing, I don't know what to call it, that says Nextbridge on it. It's just an entry in a computer. It's just somebody typed it in. There's nothing behind it. There's not even one share of real stock for every 12, probably, because they've distributed so much. People ahead of you who understand it are getting their real shares. Eventually, Fidelity will run out of real shares. And then you're just sitting with your ass hanging out of the window while people laugh at how drunk you are and how stupid you are. Move your shares. Just because it says Nextbridge doesn't mean it is Nextbridge. The system cannot hold Nextbridge because Nextbridge is not electronic. Nextbridge is not trading, and I hope it never does. You need to go get the physical shares. Now, if Johnny Tobacco convinces Greg McCabe to go up on BitChute, I think it's Katie bar the door. I think it's over. I think Greg will lose his company, lose his money. That's my opinion. But everyone tells me Johnny Tobacco's a great guy. So I'm not accusing Johnny Tobacco of setting up Nextbridge. I might be accusing him of having a hammer and everything looks like a nail. I might be accusing him of that. I don't know. I don't know him. But I think Greg McCabe is never going to trade his shares until it's valuable. Then you might have another argument then if Exxon came and exchanged 1 share of Exxon for 10 shares of Nextbridge hydrocarbons, what would happen then? Let's say 5 years from now. Well, Fidelity would have to lie to you again. But they'd be okay with it because they'd issue 1 share of Exxon to you in an electronic form, and then you're back to the beginning. Exxon trades, it's all electronic, computer generated bits, computer bits, and it shows up in your account. It's in black and white. Exxon's trading. You can go ahead and sell. Fidelity will give you the money, and if there's a problem, Fidelity will sort it out in its back office. So Fidelity's hanging on for that. It's up to you. Do you think Nextbridge will sell out to Exxon sometime? Maybe you'll be rescued. Maybe you'll be rescued. Maybe doing absolutely nothing is the prudent thing for you and your family. I think it's crazy. I think you can get control. I have the shares. I know if Exxon buys my shares, I'll get shares of Exxon. Now, the question is, will I get physical shares of Exxon or electronic? I don't know. I think our system is so corrupt, they'll never fix it. As far as having them transferred, my accounts got transferred from Ameritrade to Schwab. Well, no, Schwab bought Ameritrade. So they're still where they were. They're just, Schwab got bigger. Look, if you're ignoring your accounts, you might as well ignore it and see what happens. But I'm telling you that once Schwab runs out of its certificate in street name, you will not get physical. And then you have the only choice ahead of you is to hope that Exxon or Chevron buys the company, and then you'll never know, but they'll hide the fake shares in the system of Exxon and Chevron. You'll never know because it'll be trading electronically. It's just blips. And as long as you blip and blip and blap and bleep, they'll exchange your fractional reserve shares for fractional reserve money, and you go on with your life. As the rich get richer, as they siphon off trillions of dollars without paying taxes, you can debate whether Taylor Swift's newest song is any good. When did the rumor get to 2 billion? I heard that rumor. Look, it's a rumor, Mr. Wu. I heard that rumor. I actually heard 2.4 billion, and I heard it a year and a half ago. But it's a rumor. I've heard numbers ranging from 650 million, 900 and some million. I've heard that the number could be bigger than 2 billion when you count offshore. The fact is, nobody I know knows the real number. None of us are moving the shares over to NextBridge. So Greg goes in and says he doesn't have any power to ask for it. I think Ann Wagner could get the blue sheets and know. I think they could put it together. Out of the 105 broker dealers, probably, if laws of large numbers are correct, probably, I don't know, 4, maybe 6 brokerage firms account for the majority of the problem. And they can figure it out, but they don't want you to know. Ann Wagner doesn't want you to know. They don't want it. It'll come out. And when it comes out, I think our financial system will implode. That's why they don't want to let it get it out. But what number do I think's out there? I think 2.4 billion. Can I prove it? No. I heard it enough, different places. I think it's 2.4 billion. But why should I have to relay a rumor? Why shouldn't we know the number? Why doesn't Ann Wagner demand the number? Because she's paid off. Not $2 billion. Not $2 billion. 2 billion shares of, well, see, with Steve, where I get caught, they call it 2 billion shares, 2.4 of MMTLP. But MMTLP doesn't exist. That's why Schwab changed the name to NextBridge. But what's in Steve's account is a lie. But Mr. Wu, nobody understands this. I guess we still all believe the system is somehow redeemable. Every single stock certificate security, every single bond security, every single ETF, every single thing that Wall Street has securitized and sells to you, they call it it's been mimeographed. They just put it in the machine. Shadum, 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 shadum. They hit the button, walk away. Shadum, 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 shadum. They take that mimeograph cover. It still smells, and they don't throw it in the trash. They save it for later, and they have 20 copies. Everything on Wall Street is expanded by this. Everything. And why? It's so that Larry Fink can manage $12 trillion and he can get wealthy beyond anything that his equivalent of St. Peter is ever going to allow him to get into heaven. There's no good he can do on this planet when he steals on such a large scale. And he knows it's going on, but he'll pretend it's not. Mr. Wu, if you can take 165 million shares of NextBridge, turn it into 2 billion, that means, let's say on average, people paid over time from all the iterations $5 for those 2 billion shares. That means people paid $10 billion for assets that don't exist. But they took the cash. It's in the prime brokers' accounts until it's settled up. Some of it's been massaged and it's sitting overseas without paying taxes, but it's supposed to be an accounting system where the assets and liabilities balance. And depending on which side of the argument you want to be, the liability the brokerage firm has still is that $10 billion. Or you can say the asset, that whatever you want to call it, it's $10 billion. Well, Mr. Wu, if the brokerage firms are charging even 1% to manage $10 billion, you know, I'm so stupid with calculating in my head. They're collecting 100 million in fees if they charge 1%. Now, I'm giving you a completely wild ass estimate. When you go to a wealth advisor, they'll charge you 3%. When your money's sitting as a free credit balance, I think they earn less than 1%, but it could be more. So 1%, they're earning 100 million on that. It's all, the cash came in was real, but the securities don't, a lot of them are just made up, like a fractional reserve banking system. That's how that money's going to Larry Fink and Ken Griffin and Blankenheimer or whoever's running Goldman Sachs. That's where that money's going. Or whoever, Black, who's running Morgan Stanley, or whoever the hell's running these firms. That's where it's going. Where does the money come from? Where does it come from? The government needs to print money. Trillions of dollars. Pandemics, wars, bailouts, student loans. Trillions. Under Biden, I read, I think it's $7 trillion. I don't know. I'm not trying to lie. That's what pops into my head. $7 trillion. If Wall Street just gets 15% of that, that's $1 trillion. They get it when poor people use their welfare debit cards, it goes to Morgan Stanley, a skim off the top. When they spend it in their bank accounts, the debit cards they use go to these firms like MasterCard and others. They get those fees. They're the banks. When you go to check cashing, they get their fees. When you go to your local bank and deposit, they get it all comes into the banking system, and it all goes up to Blankenfield, Fink, and Cohen LLC. The key is to keep us arguing with each other over race and sex and so-called women's reproductive rights, rather women's rights to go screw around without contraceptions and not to have any consequences, whatever you want to call it. Get us arguing about that. But every single day, every week, every month, every year, as the government borrows more and more, the banks take trillions. And it goes to Larry Fink, Blankenfield, and Cohen LLC, and Griffin. And we argue amongst ourselves. We do nothing about it. Yes, I think NextBridge, I think and that's why if you wait, you're not going to have anything. Now, I can see a case where if Greg McCabe gets NextBridge to, I don't know, to be bought out at $100, $50 cash, $50 stock in Chevron 6 years from now. And it can happen. Well, then that would rescue Fidelity and Schwab, because they can just stuff your account with Chevron, and then the $50 they gotta pay it out. They'll get some, but they won't get it all. But they'll absorb that. They make more money in a year than that costs. There'll be no liability. They can go do it again. They do this year after year after year after year after year. It's possible that'll happen. My prediction, Mr. Wu, is once the 165 million shares are allocated, Fidelity, Schwab, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley will hire brokers to go into court and get a settlement at $1 a share. 50 cents, $2 a share. Why? Because they don't want that to happen. That McCabe sells the company for $100 a share, and they have that liability. Those lawyers will go into some judge somewhere and say, hey, we distributed all the shares we had, and we kept the gate open for 3 years, and nobody asked. We fulfilled every request. We ran out of shares, and we want relief because we don't have any more shares. And it's our contention that our clients were fully informed. And here's the facts that we posted. Here's what NextBridge posted. Here's what the SEC posted. We don't feel that they owe anything. Well, we don't. The judge says, well, that's not fair. We're not going to do that. All right. Well, Your Honor, what we want to say is for the 3 years that they had a chance to come in, they're doing a free ride. They're getting a free look. And that's unfair too. It's unfair to us. The fact is, Nextbridge for 3 years was worth $2 a share. Why should they get an opportunity to wait and see if Nextbridge is going to be worth a lot of money? Your Honor, for the 3 years, it was worth $2. We're willing to pay $2. I think the honor might say, you know, that makes some sense. Bing, 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 chung, chung, signatures, no more liabilities. I think it's crazy, don't it? The Nextbridge in your brokerage account is fake, and I think it's crazy to hang on to that. But I had 3 accounts: my Roth, my cash accounts. Well, your Roth accounts, there is a group out of Chicago, and right now it's not coming to my head. It begins with an A, who will allow you to transfer your Nextbridge hydrocarbons in your name, and they'll hold it under the umbrella of a Roth. But it's expensive. It's hundreds of dollars a year, if not I don't think it's 1,000. I looked it up. I can't remember the darn website. It's out of Chicago. My brain. Anyway, there's places who will custodial your Roth shares in your name at the transfer agent, and they'll charge you a fee for it. The other thing to do, which is what I did, you just ask for a distribution, and they'll say, you're going to have to owe the IRS. And I said, fine. And I'm going to contend, after I seek the advice of an accountant, I'm going to contend that my distribution had 0 value, which I think is accurate. Worst case, you could argue it's worth what John Berta made that exchange at, and you could calculate that maybe at $1, but maybe less. So anyway, you can transfer it to your regular name. It's a distribution. I don't think you're going to owe any taxes on it. The problem with that is now your asset is a taxable entity. So you've essentially moved a tax deferred asset into current tax column, if it ever is worth something. But to me, I decided it's worth it to know that I have it. Why? Because I don't have to sell Nextbridge. I can hold on to it. And if Nextbridge it takes 5 years and they sell to Chevron, I don't have to sell that. It's a tax-free exchange. I will have to pay on my dividends, but dividends now under Trump will remain, I think, a preferred distribution in terms of taxes. I think she and Joe were going to make it income. So, nothing's perfect. But if you move it to, this company was called, I'll try to look it up. I can't remember. I'll try to look it up. But if you're paying them every year for the next 5 years, it might be more than you have to pay in taxes on a dividend. So to me, I'm willing to deal with that. You're going to have to take the money out of your IRA eventually in your life anyway. It's just one of those annoying things that we have to deal with. You got it, Steve? Why didn't I think of that? Wow, you have a lot. I think you got to go do it. Don't leave it to the vagaries. I hate that word. The vagaries of what happens. is if Nextridge has lost their lease, how do they make money if they can't drill? And what would be Exxon buying? Well, you don't know what Exxon would buy. All right. I don't think the Oro Grande situation is over, but let's assume it's zero. Let's just assume it's zero. I'm not going to be able to give you a very definitive answer. Okay, according to some of the largest gas wells drilled in the shallow Gulf of Mexico were in the Tanzanite field, Eugene Island. I know there's several of them. The Hickory Field, Grand Isle 116, the Tarantula Field on South Timbaleer 308. Let's see if they name the reserves. They don't say. All right, let's see. ENI, let's just pick this one. ENI announces a Gulf in Area 9. They discovered 400 million barrels of oil and a total of 1.3 billion barrels of oil equivalent. That is down in Mexico, so that's not a good example. Let me just see reserves. I don't like this AI. All right, Wikipedia. Offshore oil and gas in the Gulf of Mexico. There's many fields. I'm just trying to give you reserves. I can't find any, of course. Production, Louisiana. Yeah. I'd have to go back into my marketing materials, which are all in storage. All right, here's Oil and Gas Journal. I can't read it because it's behind a firewall. Anyway, Brian, I can't find your data for you. But, well, and what I can read to you and I can show you. Okay, so I got to come back here. Okay. I mean, you can do this yourself, but I know it's confusing. All right, here. Let me zoom in. Now they're not very promotional. The company is pleased to announce transfer of 40% ownership in the Louisiana Heritage Play. They'll deliver 75% revenue interest. That's for the total, you got to, it's 40% of that. They've identified several drilling prospects in southern Louisiana, and they're going to target the Tuscaloosa and the Wilcox sands. These known productive sand reservoirs are significant exploration targets, and they're acquiring the acreage and doing title. These prospects were created by a world-class exploration team using onshore, state-of-the-art, deep water, offshore 3D technology. All right, that's one deal. Let's show you this other deal. Let me zoom in. And this is just, they're going to keep doing deals. Going to keep doing deals because everybody will come to Greg. NextRidge has purchased part of 4 drilling prospects in exchange for shares. They are the Valentine, Panther, Cowboy, and Packer prospects in southern Louisiana. They get cash. NextRidge retains a working interest and an override. So that's what you're getting. Now, what are those two? That's the Wilcox. Well, let me see. All right, I don't know where that one is. All right, now let me just quickly look up Southern. I wish I could just find any website that would tell me anything. Southern Louisiana largest gas wells. Maybe something will come up. Well, here's one comes up. A well drilled by McMoran produced over 50 million cubic feet of natural gas and 500 barrels of condensate a day in St. Mary Parish. That's just bloody. That's Middle Eastern size. And if NextRidge keeps 10% of that, that's a company well. It's a company maker. Anyway, I can't. Let me see if there's another example. Well, there's a news story from the Department of the State of Louisiana. Cameron Parish, a new frontier of domestic energy exploration, 2 onshore drilling projects targeting inland depths, deep. That's what they're going after. One of the wells, Johnson's Bayou area in western Cameron, has been drilling for a year. and has reached 25,000 feet, deeper than any previous well in the state. No well on record has been drilled below 24,000 feet. Stone Energy has targeted 26,000 feet. The other partner is Chevron. Anyway, they don't have reserves. What I want to tell you, and I'll leave you with, because I got to go walk my dog, is the targets in southern Louisiana are huge. Now, best I can tell, they might have some fallback zones in the shallow wells. Best I can tell, they're outright wildcats. Diminished by closeology, I hate that, 3D seismic, other technologies. But realistically, you can estimate they have a 1 in 20 chance of hitting any one particular well. I don't know if they're going after salt domes where you have a lot of fractures and you could have 10 or 15 locations, but odds are they won't drill more than one, maybe two wells if the first well is dry. But if one works, it sets up additional drilling, and these are company makers. These are so big that Nextbridge Hydrocarbons would indeed have a prospect with successful 1 or 2 producers and other locations. They could then sell separately. They don't have to sell the company. They could just sell that to Chevron and retain a income stream. But yes, Brian, what Greg McCabe is putting together in southern Louisiana is extraordinarily exciting. But there's lawsuits against the company, lawsuits against Greg McCabe. There's going to be other battles. It's not perfect, but we're in it. We're in it. And if you're in MMTLP/Nextbridge at your brokerage firm and you don't want to move because you're worried about this, I think it's pound foolish. So anyway, the first deals they're looking at are in this deeper. I'm working on a transaction that I'll keep my mouth shut on, but if I get it done away from Nextbridge, just completely away from Nextbridge, I'll get in a car with my dog. I'll drive over to Midland, Texas. I'll sit with Greg McCabe and he'll say, "You're nothing but a gosh darn Yankee," as David Kelly told me. I said, "Thanks, David. Thanks for welcoming me to your party." "Well, you're nothing but a god dang Yankee." But I will go to him if I control it. I'll go to him first and see if we can put financing to develop it. I'm telling you, Brian, if we cannot, you've got to be grown-up investors. And I'm not making fun of any of you. It's how I talk to myself. We lost in GTII. We lost in MMTLP. Now we got to go with the lay of the land. Thank God there's the whales. Thank God there's not legal advice. Thank God there's the lawyer and his team with the receiver. And we'll see what happens in GTII. But for the time being, we can't worry it. Worrying it's not going to do anything. We can't even put money in it. We can't do anything. So we got to wait. Count our blessings and be thankful to the Richard Hoffmans and the whales whose names I know. and the advisors that work for the whales. And then in MMTLP / Nextbridge, because MMTLP is gone, the Nextbridge in your brokerage account is worthless unless it survives the next 7 years. And when the company's sold, they can stuff your account with rehypothecated shares of Chevron. That could happen. But we have to accept that the criminals have tortuously interfered in everything. They've lied to you. They've gone on the Twitterati pages. They've done everything. And they're going to continue to. So the Ora Grande is snafu. But it's not over. It's not over. That's the sex. Did I mention Sexy Nixie? Are you buying Sexy Nixie? Are you guys buying the Sexy Nixie? First thing you do next week, Sexy Nixie. The sex appeal of MMTLP was the Ora Grande. But that's not the only oil project in the world. How is Exxon the world's biggest oil company, and Chevron and Occidental Petroleum? They don't have Ora Grande. How's Carrizo doing so well? They don't have Ora Grande. How's Contango doing well? They don't have Ora Grande. How's Apache, now called APA? How are they doing so well? They don't have Ora Grande. How does Earthstone do so well? With the Pickle family backing them. They don't own Ora Grande. How can it be possible all these other companies are doing well without the Ora Grande? Because there's lots of oil and gas assets out there. There's lots of oil and gas companies who need partners. There's lots of oil and gas companies who will sell down ownership in perfectly good prospects to spread risk, but also they can't afford it all. And Greg McCabe is a guy, I won't tell you how old he is, but I've never met him, just spoke to him, but he's not an old man. And he's been doing this 45 years. He is going to see deal flow. He's very close to the capital people at Roth Capital. My opinion, when the oil and gas comes back in favor and the wall of cash comes flooding in, there's not going to be enough oil and gas management teams. Most of the people from Ronald Reagan onward, all the way through to the idiocy of the Joe Biden energy policy, with a little blip, almost all students went to school to become investment bankers. And the world has enough investment bankers, trust me. They didn't go get engineering degrees. They didn't become geologists. Some did. And by the way, there's women in that number, which is great. So when you go to these oil and gas companies, you've got 70-year-old men who have in their brain more locations and prospects than entire companies know of, because the big companies moved offshore. They riffed people. There's the get women in, fire men aspect. But when they brought the women in, they brought minorities in, they were all young. They're all young. They don't have that knowledge in their head. They fired the knowledge and they evened up the pictures on the annual report. What is it? I don't care. I'm not trying to make a political statement. What does it lead to? It leads to that there are projects, prospects, areas of this country, just our country, where 70-year-old and 80-year-old men, mostly men, in fact, in my entire time, I've never met a woman with a bag of maps. And they'll come out and they'll say, well, we did this here when I was with Inerco or whatever the hell, and we drilled these 3 wells and we ran the seismic here, but then, you know, oil prices collapsed, and the guy I was working with, they pulled the funding, and we never got to drill over here. And I'm telling you, if we had drilled there, we would have hit it. That data is sitting in filing cabinets, in backpacks, in the brains of men, white men mostly, who got fired because we need a world that is full of black women, Asian women, Middle Eastern women, and same with African men. All that's fine. I get it. It should be that way. We need a world where everybody's included. But what we did is we fired those guys. We downsized them and then the capital didn't flow to them. The EEI guys at Blink Rock, they only give money to companies that meet this DEI situation. Well, all the institutional knowledge went out the door. I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do. I'm just saying the knowledge went out the door. So when the money starts flowing back in, because those people up in Boston, the winter is cold and there's not enough fuel oil to heat their apartment, and their Volvo SUV doesn't have enough gasoline to get down to the airport so they can fly to Jamaica, they're going to say, we need more oil and gas. And in fact, that's what Trump is doing. Well, when that wall of money comes, where's it going to go? Where's the money going to go? Exxon? Exxon's bought up everything. They already have all the capital they need. Is it going to go to Chevron? Where's it going to go? ETFs. ETFs. So they can shovel more fake shares out there. Where's it going to go? Where's the money going to go? When those highly educated individuals realize that we need oil and gas, so they can turn on their lights, turn on their OnlyFans accounts, put on their makeup in front of electronic mirrors, and then they can get dressed up in shirts up to their skirts up to their bottom and go into bars and restaurants heated by oil. They can drive there on gasoline. And if they fall and get hurt, an ambulance comes driven by diesel fuel. And they know they need all this. The wine that's imported to their party comes from Spain. It's got to be flown in. We need the oil and gas. Where is the money going to go? I'll tell you where it's going to go. It's going to go to, first, there are some companies out there with a strategy, with younger people who know where they want to be. But if it happens under Trump, it's going to go to a guy like me who goes out and raises money. And I say, you know what? I know a guy. And the investor says, you know a guy. I know a oil and gas man sitting in Florida who has more prospects in his garage filing cabinet than Chevron has in say Mississippi or Colorado. And I go to that guy and say, look, got the money? Why don't we go lease up this acreage? Where should we go? Well, let me show you. We ran this seismic when I ran the oil and gas exploration at the Hunt Brothers Oil Company. Let me show you where we should go. Now, we never drilled that salt dome, and we never drilled that one. Nobody else knows about it. I think I can go buy those leases. And let's put it together. And we can go to Nate. We can farm it out. That's what's going to happen. But where is that knowledge? It's not with these kids coming out of, well, adults coming out of the best schools in the country with all these ideas that we don't need oil and gas, and that every single oil and gas company should represent the kaleidoscope of the United States population, which is idiotic when you think about it. An oil and gas company is designed to go find oil and gas. So shouldn't you just hire the best people? Probably. And I'm all for, I don't think it should be white men. I'm all for, but you know, it's naturally happening. I now that I'm older, I go to these conferences, I can't believe how old I am. Because I still walk in feeling like I'm 28 years old, but I'm not. But I'm noticing now that the conferences are not filled with short white men who are trying to prove something to the world. The conferences are filled with everybody, and I'm bravo to that. I am bravo. But my point to you, Brian, is when those pools of money come, they're going to go to guys like Greg McCabe. Why? He's going to see every bit of the deal flow. He knows deals. He knows where he wants to drill. And people will trust him because he keeps his word. He's a mensch. So I personally think if Nexbridge can get through the lawsuits against Greg, the lawsuits against the company apparently, and it can get through the tortious interference from criminals and stay private. Do not listen to John Tobacco. Do not. Not that John Tobacco's a bad guy. Just do not go public. Do not give. They're already trading the company offshore. But do not give. If you give Wall Street something to bet on, they'll bet on it. They'll create a derivative and an ETF on whether the Georgia, I can't make it up, a Georgia water-sucking cockroach is faster than a New York City, Brooklyn, garbage dump cockroach. They'll do anything. So just stay private. Just stay private. Just stay private. Don't start trading. Wall Street, it's hyper financialization. That's why I read that article to you. I know all the ticker symbols. I don't like where we are. I feel very frustrated by it. It shows up quite a bit. If I were still at my office, which is, Morgan Stanley, I'm not there. It's been years, decades since I was there. I wouldn't tell people to buy these stocks. I wouldn't be allowed to. But the thing is, I would have deal flow that I might be able to help. I might know some, you don't know. But we're stuck here right now. Now, my belief when I first came into the business, which was a long time ago, over-the-counter stock companies were everywhere. And over-the-counter stocks is what made people money. So I do believe that if Donald Trump can clean up the fraud on Wall Street, I think there's some aspects of it that are going to remain. This, to me, the single biggest thing that needs to change is if you're a small cap company, the investment bank that gives you money should not be able to use VWAP tranches, and whoever buys it should have to disclose who they are, and if it's a hedge fund, who are they buying it for? If there's somebody else, no, on the offerings there can be no money raised unless it's paid on the one day, like voting, one day. You can't spread it out in tranches, and no extensions. And then the other thing, you need trading desks, you need investment banks, you need research. I think if an investment bank does a financing, it should have to have research. A number of different things like that. But I don't think you're going to get away from the hypothecation and rehypothecation. You're not going to get away from that, because our financial markets would collapse. They're not as big as they say they are. They're just not as big as they say they are. Well, I'm sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to. It's hard reading these, and I get off and I get going and all that, but it's, I'm sure you do look at it all. When I'm answering the question, though, I'm taking your question, and I'm hoping other people are hearing it too. There's been a huge misfortune of a lot of bad advice being given out on what's used to be called MMTLP by people on Twitter, and it's a tragedy. Now, there is a learning curve for all of us, and I saw the solution immediately. I'm surprised it hasn't happened. The one thing I didn't see is that the criminals would continue to interfere. I didn't know that they would still be able to get it trading offshore. I didn't know they would try to do this blockchain crap, tokens. I think it's just another trap. I could be wrong. And I didn't know that they would interfere with the leases of Ora Grande. They have no shame. And Ann Wagner doesn't care. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Gary Gensler just showed you his middle finger as he walked out the door. Robert Cook is all about self-preservation. So I didn't know all that. I also didn't know that by doing all of that, buying time, that in effect, I think they've taken away all potential for a squeeze in NextBridge. And people still talk about it. I fought against it. I stopped going on Twitter because I get worked up on my own. But I just don't see it happening. So you have to start dealing in reality. But I think we've been dealt a pretty good hand. It's like we went almost all in on a I don't know, I don't know, on a straight, and somebody else came in with a flush, and we lost. Well, we still have our little tiny, very tiny kitty. Unfortunately, we got to feed the beast and take risks, put our antes up. But things can happen. Things can happen. And so we can't take that big risk anymore. We have to take calculated risks, allocate our monies, in my case, very diminished. But you know, if you can turn, I'm not talking about myself, but if you could turn 10 grand into 15 grand in a trade, you've got the losses, so you don't have to pay taxes on that. So you've got 15. If you can turn that next one, let's just say for simple arithmetic, you can double that, you got 30. The next one doesn't work, and let's say you go back to 25. And then the next one, you're able to get it to 50 by double. Well, then now maybe you do 2 instead of just 1 at a time. You got 2, and let's just say somehow the stars line up, God's on your side, and you turn 2 trades, you double 2 trades, all of a sudden you have 100. Well, now you have 100, you don't have to pay taxes. I'm not talking about my situation. Because you have the losses, you got 100 grand. Well, now you can maybe do 10 things. Like Kit was talking about, you can put some on the slow burner, do some on what he calls swing trades. Just sounds from Ham, it sounds like momentum trading. You know, the other thing I'd like to show you guys how to do at some point, maybe with a trade, if I ever can get a trade together again, you can make money buying a stock which has excitement in it, like a NVIDIA. I can't afford it, but the call premiums are high. You can just start selling calls against it. And think about it with finger motion. If you had sold calls when the stock was up instead of selling your stock, you would have lowered your cost basis, brought in a lot of money. I'm telling you that it's not like I did it. It's not like I did it. Because remember, the first time finger ran, there were no call options. There were none. Well, Mr. Wu, I appreciate your input, because that's the number I've heard too. But luckily, all my conversations happened months and months and months ago. I don't even remember who I was talking to. So I can't get anybody in trouble. But in those conversations where I was told, don't tell anybody, we think it's 600 million, I was also told the higher numbers I gave you. The fact is, Mr. Wu, we don't know. Nobody knows. And Wagner could get it, but she doesn't care to. The banks pay for her life. I think FINRA could provide it. The other place that could provide it are the broker-dealers. I doubt, Mr. Wu, that if the top 7 holders of NextBridge for clients came out and reported their numbers, I doubt we'd be more than 12% off from the real numbers. So if the top 6, 7, 8 companies just reported it, I think we'd have a pretty good idea. But they don't want to. The problem is, Mr. Wu, what I've just took so long to describe, and I've never heard anybody else describe it that way, It's how I see it. They don't want the world to know that our securities markets are an upside down pyramid. They don't want that. They don't want that. It'd be funny, Mr. Wu, if, let me see, Google's now AI, so they give you an answer, and sometimes you ask the right question. Okay, August of 2024, Mr. Wu. Stock ownership of U.S. households and nonprofits. Oh, I see. That's percentage ownership. That doesn't say how much money it is. That's not the question I asked. I didn't ask. I can't find it. All right, how about this? Financial assets held by the top 1%. It looks like the top 1%, Mr. Wu, in the United States own 34 trillion in financial assets. It says financial assets. So that's what the top 1%. Let's just use that number, 34 trillion. What if it were the case that our markets are mimeographed and rehypothecated at 10%? What if the real assets, the real certificates, so to speak, only represented 3.4 trillion? Now, the market, everyone trusts in it, so the asset value's there, loans are made on that, money is issued on that, investments are made on that. But what if panic set in and they said, oh my God. Anyway, I think the US markets are set up for a massive correction after one more run up. Made a nice profit. That's good. I'm glad you did. 7 trillions. Isn't that amazingly? It's just amazing. Amazing how much money. Made good money on Knicks today. Well, I hope you didn't sell it. I mean, do what you want to do. Well, it's interesting, Peter. And I'm not the greatest brain out there, but in 2008, when they started printing money, and I'm reading all these articles, Fed's printing money, the Treasury's printing money, I just couldn't get around the idea. And I asked around, no one could answer it. I said, didn't that money already get created? Hasn't that money already been created? Didn't Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns and the rest create tranches, expand the assets out there, monies came in? lend money on assets at higher values. Wasn't that money already created? And all the Fed is doing and all the government is doing is rushing in with printed money to keep it up there, to keep those values up there. There's probably an answer, but I've never been able to get that thought out of my mind that the banking system, the brokerage system, actually creates the money, and that the government and the Fed are just simply coming back in. They have a choice. The assets can collapse, or we can come in and buttress what was created out of thin air. And I don't know. I see it as a bit of chicken and the egg. I really do. They don't want a depression. They don't want a collapse. And no, I think they're actually trying to create liquidity so they can take theirs off, buy a yacht, marry a chick that was passed around a bunch of times, divorce their first wife, and become the wealthiest man in the world. I'm not talking about Musk. I don't know. I'm getting too conceptual. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about gold, a little bit about some other stocks. I wanted to talk to the gentleman who asked about yesterday, who asked about Intel, but I'll do that tomorrow. I'm going to go walk my dog. I think Intel makes sense, but it's not my idea. It's your idea and somebody else's research. But I'll try to go over that. In terms of the gold company, some of you invested in, I expect to be able to talk about that with you before Thanksgiving. But it isn't financed yet, but I think that'll be soon. In terms of Nixie, Sexy Nixie, NIXX, I think you got a week to buy it, 1 week, before I don't know, before it goes to 5, 8, something like that. And then what happens, I don't know. My read on the chart is that huge volume day was telling you it wanted to go. Something happened, but I don't think they fixed it. So I think they still got something. Anyway, that's my read on that chart. If you buy it down here, $250, $283, the advantage of buying it, there is that support level. The company has released that they're going to make $1 billion company out of this. There's only 13 million shares out. So I think it's worst case, it becomes something we hold. Logic, I think, is going to be okay. The other day, I got upset about that VWAP. I hate them. But I think, I don't know, but I think they're all aware of that. There's 7 companies coming in. I think it's going to be okay. The biggest message I wanted to get across, you didn't have to run it up in price. And sure enough, I was right. It's pulled off. It may stay flat through December, but they got to get these deals done. It's going to be worth something. Collective audience, I think, could be good next year. I agree with Ham. I think GDC, if I'm listening to him correctly, GDC is showing it might go first, whatever go means. Maybe that means ZJYL comes next. I don't know. I don't have any information. What else is out there? MLSS, I'd put that I wouldn't add to it, right? Well, do what you want to do. You can average down, but I would wait to hear more because they put their news out, But a funny thing in the market that used to happen is news would come out and there'd be a delay 1, 2, 3 days, and then it would take off. That could happen with MLSS. So I just don't know. Silver, it's pulled back. You got to pounce. You have got to pounce. I like John's idea on platinum. I do. And Laura's idea of whatever she called it, computer AI, whatever she called it. I wrote it down. I tried to find some stuff out. It makes some sense. Let's see. If I had to pick one to tell you to distract yourself with, I would say Nixie. Oh, I think Finger. I'll go interview Martin. I'll set that up. I might have to make my arrangements Monday morning because it's going to be expensive, but I'll do it. I think Finger can easily double from here into January, maybe better. And I'm looking for a very strong first half in Finger. But the chart that I just put up, I think Finger can snap out of this downtrend and go all the way back up and maybe get to my target of 260. So I like Finger. I think Finger looks pounceable too. Kitty cat. I used to have a kitty cat. All right, I'm going to go. Someday I won't talk so much about MMTLP. One of the reasons I try to do it is because I think if you're left at your brokerage firm, when they run out of their allocated shares, I just think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be really tough to make money. And even though right now it seems hopeless, the other thing is there may come a time, and I know there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but there may come a time where NextBridge is able to create value that actually maybe is a distribution, maybe it's a dividend, maybe it's a sale, that you get that capital in a normal amount of time, whereas to get it from Fidelity is going to be a class action lawsuit that takes 4 years. It's called time value of money. But anyway, as my sales manager used to say, let's not beat a dead horse to death. And those of us in the back would start giggling and making fun of him. How can you beat a dead horse to death? But then when you get older, you see his irony. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. Peace to everybody. If I offended anyone, I don't mean to. I speak my thought process, which isn't always good. I do want you guys to think, and I think you do think. And next year is going to be a beginning of a different investment environment, and it'll be good. It'll be good. So I can see. Yeah, Leanna, thank you. Thank you, Leanna. I don't know where all you guys, if any of you guys are in Florida or Puerto Rico or Texas or Colorado. I might be traveling to all those places soon. Might be. We'll find out. We'll find out. So anyway, oh gosh. Florida. All right. I may be going there in December, but maybe in January. We'll two different parts of the state. I'll find out. I used to have a little plot of land in Citrus Springs. I liked it. I had it for so many years. But I finally, like my friend's father in London did, he had a couple plots of land in Florida, and he finally just got rid of them. I let it go for taxes because it never did anything. But I like Florida. Thank you. I hope I can get Finger fired up. Finger's in a good position. It's just nobody can stand these delays, you know? Yeah, that'd be great, Leanna. I don't know how to get a hold of you, but I'll stay live, and when we go, I'll track you down. And there's a couple other people down there too. That'd be great to see. I'm looking down there. That'd be great to see you, Leanna. I'd look forward to it. Lake Erie. I once went fishing on the St. Lawrence Seaway with my grandfather, and I think I caught. Now you're going to say no, you didn't, and maybe it was my combined with my brother and sister, but I think I caught 124 fish. We hit it off, but God, Gramp used to scare the heck out of me. He was a big guy. But he had fun that day. We all had fun. Thank you, Thrifty. Okay. Send it to my name. Fair and balanced at Gmail. Fair and balanced at Gmail. I haven't, the last week or so, I fell behind on my emails because I went in twice for my eye and I had dilation, and then I got busy, and then I'm doing this. Anyway, I'm not the best at it, but I'll go in there. Fairandbalanced at gmail.com. It's my name with the word balanced at gmail.com. And I have to go in for my eye again December 2nd. Then I have to decide. And then they're going to do the operation. They could have done it on January 8th. But that's my sister's birthday. So just in case I see her that day. Anyway, I'm going to do it January 15th. That makes me nervous. Thank you, Thrifty. Thank you, Thrifty. Yeah, I know. It was so long ago. I was probably 7 years old. Yeah, I'm on Twitter. I don't know how to get DMs. That's my problem. I'm terrible. I need a producer. That's it. Fair and balanced at gmail.com. Fair and balanced at gmail.com. All right. Thank you, Thrifty. I'm going to go walk my dog and the highlight of my night. I'll go walk my dog, check my phone, and that's about it. Is what I have planned. So maybe I'll eat some dinner and try to read a book. So I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow if Ham wants to go on, maybe Sunday if Ham wants to go on. But I'll be thinking of you, and peace, love, and happiness, and wiser heads prevail. Cheers.